Stupid fucking bot. You're fucking bot. What in the actual fuck is going on? I'm not live. And I'm not fucking live. You're lying. I am live. Dude, what in the fuck? Fucking third time I'm connecting this. Why I care is beyond me at this point. Habit. Oh, that's why, Durham. Started. Is the war started yet?
Senator Lee.
Fuck. Oh. Hey, right here.
You ain't never close to safe when step into a real G. Demons in my spirit making choices for a mystery.
This song, for one.
I just formed a new religion, talking.
God damn, dude. This fucking... I swear. I gotta fucking restart my phone every other time I use this goddamn thing now. Fucking... Dude. Shit becoming digitized is actually fucking up. Like, I can't use my water fountain now for the cat. It's broken because it won't connect to Wi-Fi. This, half the time won't work because it won't connect to my fucking phone. We're probably getting fucking stupid as shit by digitizing everything. It's gonna make it really easy to take everything out with an EMP. Fuck, I can barely keep it running without an EMP. Actual fuck, dude. Now that ain't even working. Unreal, dude. I'm gonna have to uninstall the fucking app again probably to get the word. Oh, it did me a solid. It didn't make me. I just had to reconnect Bluetooth. Man. Partner. Heidi Carter. Hit an earthquake, you see that? Nobody even checked in to make sure I was still alive, dude. That's how famous I am. I'm famous as shit. At least 5,000 people know who I am. That's nothing. You all know I'm just playing hard. I know that's nothing. The great scheme of things as that many people. Dude, it's hot. These headphones make me fucking hot, dude, honestly. That's why I get hot as soon as I put these on, because it's like I have winter earmuffs. Dude, Home Depot parking lot, all the shade parking is taken by migrant workers. Actually, there's a stretch in the parking lot that's in the back that has trees where you park for shade. If there wasn't a car in the spot, there was like two with a shopping cart sitting on a shopping cart saving the spot for whatever reason. Bruh. Nah. Shit. Was it? Whoa. I didn't know she was gonna moan like that while I was using the bubble cap. It just kind of fit together. Kind of coincided magically. Coincidentally. Oh! Hey kitty kitty, I almost stepped on you again because you're like sitting there. I used to listen to dubstep a lot, dude. Like when it was popular. There's a pink car outside. It definitely didn't come from the factory, that pink. It's like, it looks like something out of PUBG, bro. It's like pink, baby. With a little bit of pearl to it. I don't like it though. I wouldn't want it for myself, but like if I had a girl. Sadie? Hold up. What is parked out there? Do they know where they're at? Well, that's a high-end BMW or Mercedes. Hard to tell. Maybe it's a Lexus. It might be a Lexus. Oh. Yeah, I think it's a new Lexus, but with that. No, it looks pretty good. It looks fancy. Lexus is kind of fancy though. My mom drives a Lexus now. Okay, so far we had one winner out of this group of Discover Weeklies that they gave me today. Wait, yeah, today. These are like songs that they think I've never heard. Some of it's from artists I've never heard of, but they give me people that are close to what I listen to, or that other people that listen to what I listen to listen to these. It's one of the big things that I like. It makes me not mind paying Spotify a week or a monthly payment, because they give me 2 different lists a week of music to help me find music. Like, I don't even need word of mouth. I got Spotify. I don't need people to tell me anything. Spotify gets me the folder. Everything's going digital, man. Like, what do I do with all the CDs I have? I have a bunch of CDs from back in the day. They used to sound better before, like, bandwidth got increased so high, and like people are transmitting in 320 or what is it? It's indiscernible from a CD quality now. And if you're getting the right quality stream, and you have, well, that's the thing though. You have to have internet. And you have to have fast enough internet, not just internet if you want that Possibly. You got some 1G, you might not be getting that same sound. You're out in the middle of the desert, Nevada. Dude, believe it or not, there's a lot of people that live in the middle of nowhere in our country. I think it was 40% or something live at the coastline, which is a ton. But that means there are 60%. Let me make sure that's correct. %, almost 40%. It says 129 million. So, because the coast counts for less than 10% of the nation's land mass, but 40% of us live here. There are a lot of people that just live broke. It's actually a trip driving through the desert, and you see like the shit that looks like something out of National Lampoon's Vegas Vacation, Eddie or whatever. He's out in the middle of nowhere. They might not have internet there, so maybe there is still a. People are probably still buying them, dude. But they can still download and burn them. This song, no good. Why did you go do that? Executive decision. I didn't like the vocals. Weirded me out a little bit. But like, what was that? A Pat? I didn't know if that was a female or a male. What I don't know if it's a dude or a chick singing. It's a little weird. This one's kind of the same way. Into a fucking robot now? What is that? AI voice? Am I the only one that wants a real live voice? It sounds like a female to male. None of this tranny voice. I don't fucking know how to rhyme with that. Don't want no tranny voice in my life. Okay, here's what I'm thinking. I'm allowed to say shit like this, and it's not transphobic. For one, I've been tricked by a tranny. They'd be feeling up on them, kissing on them and shit. They wanted to fuck until I had finally realized it was a dude. In the middle of nowhere. Oh yeah, that's cool. I didn't realize people were here. Hey, you pretty tough? How you doing, man? Stephanie? Hey, 125. 7125 now. Kick in the house. Yeah, Simon? I don't know, man. He's sleeping, maybe. Maybe 8. Maybe he's chilling. He's not here right now. The kitten's in here. The kitten's sleeping too long. A little bit. Gotta get her food soon. Hey, I forgot what I was saying about the trainees. Oh, like, alright, imagine getting like in a bad relationship with someone who's schizophrenic and they burn all your shit and think that there are, I don't know, think that you're on fire and they start peeing on you all the time. I don't know what fucking schizophrenics do, but you know what I'm saying? Imagine after the relationship, you're like, man, fuck schizophrenics. Fuck that shit, motherfucker. Well, it's kind of the same thing. Like, I got I got in a bad situation dating. I dated one night, motherfucker, a tranny, and I was high as shit on mushrooms and ecstasy and MDA, which is a different type of psychedelic, bro. Anyway, and smoking weed. I can't remember if we were drinking too, a little bit. Hopefully not. I don't think so though. It's the same thing, right? I'm allowed to not like them now because that person fucked it up for all of them. They can do that, right? Or is it I'm supposed to be the better person and not let that person fuck it up for all of them? How's this work? Fuck that. You fucked it up, trannies. Because I looked into it, and they got websites where they talk about how long they have to wait before they tell a person that you're a tranny. They don't know. They're getting off on thinking about even just getting away with it, not telling them. They don't want to tell. They want to trick people. These motherfuckers are weird, bro. They want to trick. They get off on tricking people into making them believe that they're actually the other sex. That makes them like, oh yeah, I did it. Yeah, I didn't have to say a word. Dude, fuck that. Well, fucking assholes. Alright. That's where I stand on that shit. I didn't even have a problem with them before that, dude. I wasn't even. It was like, you stay in your lane, I'll stay in mine. You know what I mean? Good. Not cool, bro. Before they left, they asked me for lotion, dude, and to take a shower. They got sloppy in there. I could hear it through the door. It was in a spare bathroom. I think they were hoping they were gonna get to use my personal bathroom too, or something. I was like, no, this one right over here. There you go. Oh. Yo. Beat it. She beat it hard. Yeah, I'm groaning. You don't want that. You don't want that in your life. I have PTSD now from it. Actually, I don't think I've dated since then. I'm not be a fucking dude, bro. Not worth it. I was wondering why people were looking at us weird at the clinic. Because I took her to the weed clinic first. And I just noticed we were getting some kind of like different looks. She saw that I was growing mushrooms too. That really freaked me out when I found out she was a tranny. I was like, oh, what the fuck? God damn it, I should have shown. How it happened. Oh, I had to go in there and spray them. Like, you can just leave them, but you're supposed to make sure that the humidity level's right and that there's the way I was doing it at the time, I needed to mist them. That's all. Do you not know about the growing of mushrooms? This one sucks too, because that fucking voice these people use. What is that shit? Why do they feel the need to... What even is that? Is it a walrus human? I don't like it, never. It takes me a second to catch on when shit's happening sometimes. I have to abort the mission. Already sucks. Next. Doesn't take long to know they suck. If you're Kaiman Sowell, He's got a Dr. Pepper shirt on. He's got a big ass hole in a thing behind him, full of shit. He loves Dr. Pepper. Let's get into it. That's it. It's alright, but it's only 2 minutes long, dude.
I'm losing my best friends. I can't believe this
This is the cover of the No Doubt song.
So please stop explaining. Don't tell me 'cause it hurts. Don't speak. I know what you're thinking, and I don't need your reasons. Don't tell me 'cause it hurts.
Basic. It's basic. Too basic. Sometimes they just try pushing whatever on me, dude. They put filler in there.
Let's move those feet.
Art Bell lived in the middle.
Let's move those feet.
Okay, now they're getting a little carried away. Not working? Why isn't that working? How long has it been broken? There it goes. Pump.
I'm just trying to get out of my mind at
Gotta get
this
that
point.
pump on, dude.
I'm
Gotta get
just
that
trying
pump
to
on,
get out
dude.
of my mind at this point.
Gotta get that pump on, dude. Gotta get that
I'm just
pump on,
trying to
dude.
get out of my mind at
Gotta
this
get that
point.
pump on, dude. Gotta get that pump on, dude. Gotta get that pump on, dude. You gotta get that pump on, dude. That's not right. Why is everything broken? Your Twitch bot token is expired. Bot token. Right. the token for the token. Give me all the tokens, baby. Get a token over here, get a token over there, get a star token. Wait, where is it? Try one? I don't know. Successful token invader. What do you mean is that? God damn it. It's not connected. Not actually connected to chat. Alright, I gotta one of those songs. I don't know why it thinks I like those. Alright.
Because of what you went through. You survived. I don't know how. I can't begin to imagine the strength it took. Continues to take.
Oh, we good?
More than that, you got a first-hand look into the mind of a killer.
Alright, that's working, but it's not posting to chat, is it? I guess supposed to. Well, I guess the most important part is to look in and use their Twitch points, I think, still, for music. I think we're good. Oh, I know. Wait, is it because this isn't working? I think it's because that's not working right. A lot of shit isn't working right because I didn't reboot it after the Wi-Fi went down. I think that's what's happening. Oh man, I break that. No, looks like we're good. Maybe it'll do it on the next song. Dude, this is a long song. That was a 2-minute and 50-second long song that did the same thing the entire time. That's crazy. I'm gonna stop. We used to put it in chat on Twitch. I do it anymore. The hell? I can't. You can't touch it. It flings every time I touch it. It's like, I think the song's gonna suck. Maybe not. There we go. There we go.
What's that smell?
There it is. Now it's doing it. I just had to read the bro. So
me with the funky shit. 1, 2, 3.
Now what?
Let go.
Now what? Brody? Huh?
Funky shit.
Brody? Now what? Brody? It's not even here.
Hit me with the funky shit.
Hey, it's your boy, Skinny Penis.
Actually in the song. Hey. Hey. It's your boy. It's your boy. Skinny penis.
Love is like a mental suicide. Feelings never leave me satisfied. The taste of your skin always on my mind. On my mind.
The taste of your skin. Is she talking about cracklings or you want some pork rinds? You can't have them. Back off my rinds, baby. Back off my rinds, baby. You can't have it. Get back.
Love is a foe that will leave you diminished. What is it for? I felt trapped like a marriage. Fell for a demon and it's been a minute. Poison myself till I get to admit it. Love is a foe that will leave you diminished. What is it for? I felt trapped like a marriage. Fell for a demon and it's been a minute. Fuck with the reaper and had a miscarriage. Gotta love the pain.
Cause another day with you is another shot to the brain.
Thank God I love the pain.
Another leader is saying that I'm my damn veins.
Cause I gotta love the pain.
Cause another day with you is another shot to the brain.
Thank God I love the pain.
Another leader is saying that I'm my damn veins. Love is like a dose of cyanide. Black out, get high, fantasize. I'm a psychopath, I'm a mastermind. Mastermind.
Yo, what's up, Joe? Where's Brody at? You think he's doing something without me?
DIY, we execute plans, never had time on a hand. FYI, we regulate land. If anybody can, we can bring the boom bye bye. Any place we stand, we rep for the Panaran gang. Bang, 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 bang. DIY, we execute plans, never had time on a hand. FYI, we regulate land. If anybody can, we can bring the boom bye bye. Any place we stand, we rep for the Panaran gang. Bang, 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 bang. bang, you know Dan, old school pattern and slang, building up a vibe, more time inside. Everything's live, not just Instagram. Tell a guy move up, you ain't a part of the plan. Part of the team, not a part of the gang. Got the killers in the jungle, the man I bang a tangs will stick where you go. Your keys, your grams, your smacks on big dirty spliff for me, all in a hand. We fresh from Cali and Dam. I heard some look man are looking for the crown. One bag of shot for them, look a waistband. With them feet like pump up, tone up, never gonna work. My dogs never take program. We heavy like 10 man fam. We flow down, it's mad when they don't understand. Bang, DIY, we execute plans. Never had time on our hands. FYI, we bigger they land. If anybody can recap, bring the boom bye bye. Any place we stand, we rep for the Panaran gang. Bang, 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 bang. Original style, take flight more time. Gal lems they don't wanna link with the team. They know so we like to have a dance every night. Them know so we got the high grade more time. Shots of tequila was still and I'm right against Winston left to one side. Your way I move up, we do it DIY. Big dirty with him game thing down to 9. For less than a penny, bring a vibe on side. Gonna rap a pum pum. The boom bye bye, man, that's town boy killer in a horror toe style. Yo, pump up, tone up, never gonna work. My dog, them are heavy, not light. We heavy like 10 ton fam. You know my slang, it's mad when they can't understand. Bang, DIY, we execute plans. Never had time on our hands. FYI, we bigger they land. If anybody can recap, bring the boom bye bye. Any place we stand, we rep for the Panaran gang. Bang, 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 DIY, we execute plans. Never had time on our hands. FYI, we bigger they land. If anybody can recap, bring the boom bye bye. Any place we stand, we rep for the Panaran gang. Bang, 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 bang.
Bang. Dude. Anthony's here, y'all. Now everybody's gonna talk. Watch Anthony, the superstar.
Like you do. Try to forget, taste your lips and my cigarette. You'll never let it like you do. Like you do. Tell myself I'm over you, but I cannot replace the feelings that you gave to me. Are now just empty space. But every night I find myself so calling out your name. Wishing I could close my eyes and you would take his place. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Wishing I could. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Baby, come and take his place. Baby, come and take his place.
Oh yeah.
Baby, feel this empty space. Make me feel that nobody can replace.
Get in a fight every damn night, and I can't lie. Don't never touch me like you do. Like you do.
T-Bone, damn.
I try to smile.
5 minutes.
I would just die.
Oh, really?
Looks in my eyes like you do. Like you do.
Where at? On X, or is it only on X?
His place, oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I don't know where to click, bro.
Oh yeah.
Baby, come and take his place. Baby, come and take his place.
Oh yeah.
Baby,
Is it gonna just be on Elon Musk's channel? It says 8 p.m. No, that's gonna be at 5 o'clock West Coast, right? It's gonna be in another hour. 5 p.m. Pacific time. Diggity dog. Got a whole hour, bro. anything. You could have had a fucking huge party in here. I didn't have it. I didn't have the right stuff.
I make the club bounce.
Dude. Dude. Home Depot parking lot. Need I say more?
Make the club bounce. I make the club bounce. Bounce. Bounce.
Dude, the migrants are like, yo, we don't have to get a real job. We can just sit in the Home Depot parking lot. They're told that. Before they come here, I think they're told that, dude. Like, hey, amigo, you don't understand. It's not like Mexico. They'll let you just sit in the parking lot all day and sell your business. It's not like here, bro. They're like, oh, really, SA? Oh, hey, yeah. And they take up all the shaded spots. Like, literally, all of them were them.
I make the club bounce.
Okay, so there's that. Very few people are taking advantage of the Home Depot worker. I'm just being...
Bounce. I make the club bounce. Bounce. Bounce.
And then there's the fruit sellers in the parking lot even.
Bounce. I make the
Interesting, man. Home Depot's extremely welcoming. Even with the private property signs and stuff. What is it, dude? I thought they just put those up. I don't even understand what they're for. Private property. I thought, was that going to do something? Yes, it's private. It says it's private now. We better not. Allah Akbar, Anthony. Allah Akbar to you and to all your Muslim brothers out there. Or your Muslim brethren. Allah, Allah Akbar. For the people.
Running.
Is this about to get shit? We only have one or more after this. Nope. Gonna get her food now. Power wash simulator. I need more space, bro. I just need more space. How's that playing? Hey, wait, Okay.
And today they are back here outside, but this time outside the center, to call for the same things they were calling for last week, which are again to have a meeting with the board of the center to discuss their funders and their sponsors. And the three organizations who conducted the sit-in and who are organizing this sit-in right now that we are covering are
Queer liberation means end the occupation.
Free Palestine.
Dude.
Free Palestine.
Dude, what does that even mean?
Free Palestine.
That's what their sign says.
Free Palestine.
Free Palestine.
Free Palestine.
There's nobody there.
Free Palestine.
Free Palestine.
Queer liberation means end the occupation.
You're abetting genocide.
Free Palestine.
Free Palestine.
Free Palestine.
Palestine.
Free Palestine.
They're still doing that.
Center on Colfax, blood on your hands.
Center on Colfax, blood on your hands.
Rex Fuller, blood
Oh,
on
this
your
is in
hands.
Denver?
Fuller, blood on your hands.
Community center with
Thanks for
ties
coming
to
out this
Israel.
afternoon. I was here at the center on Colfax less than a week ago. Many of the people here with me
Denver.
that were there are here today.
She
For a
looks
sit-in
like a
that
fucking
lasted about
weirdo,
7
bro.
hours. That sit-in ended
All this
with
shit?
Rex
What is
Fuller,
going on?
CEO of the center, calling DPD on us. Not only did DPD uniformed officers show up, but so did militarized SWAT with semi-automatic weapons, the gang squad, and the K9
That's because you got the
unit.
robot
Shame.
chair.
Shame.
We were a group
I don't know what's
largely
going
made
on
up of
there. Could
disabled
have
people,
guns in
trans
it.
people, and people of color. Groups often killed and brutalized by the police. In the time between that last sit-in and now, the slaughter of the Palestinians rages on.
Are they
This
brutalized?
includes a brutal massacre of over 100 displaced Gazans sheltering in a school as they were performing their morning prayers. Shame.
Shame.
And yet, the center still refuses to even listen to our demands. Yet Rex Fuller refuses to call this ongoing genocide what it is. Yet they continue to protect genocidal corporate interests at the risk and expense of the community they claim to serve. Shame.
Shame.
From center staff claiming that intellectually disabled people attending their disability pride event may be a threat to activists holding a vigil
Disability
outside the center the
pride?
same
What the
day.
fuck is
To
that?
Rex Fuller's shameful attempt to tokenize
If you're gay
me
and
at our
retarded,
sit-in
you got
last
your own
week,
group
to
too
be
now.
abetting in the ongoing genocide in Palestine, a mass disabling event. The center has proven time and time again they don't care about disability justice and they don't care about disabled lives. Disability justice is
Gay
not a
disabled
confused
group.
commitment. If you don't stand with all of us, you stand with none of us.
Oh my
Free-
god, look at this. The LGBTQ disabled queer in here. 5 LGBT disability organizations you should support. Pride Disability Services. Special Needs Alliance for Pride. Disability, straight, bi, gay, and dating. LGBT people with disabilities proud and supported. Just another site. Rainbow Group. Mass Advocates standing strong. Gay, disabled, and happy. Disabilities. LGBTQ. Hey! Research guides. It goes on. I could go to the next page. Dude, there are that fucking many of them. Stupid.
Free Palestine.
Why are there so many of them? There aren't even that many gay people.
Hear us now, loud and clear.
Center on Colfax. Oh, hear us now, clear and loud.
Hear us now, clear and loud.
Center on Colfax, divest now.
Center on Colfax,
Where
divest
is-
now.
Rex Fuller, blood on your hands.
Rex
Oh,
Fuller,
what the
blood on your
fuck?
hands.
Rex Fuller, blood on your hands.
Rex Fuller, blood on
OBS
your
is
hands.
like
Center on
stuck
Colfax,
somewhere
blood on
and
your hands.
Center
not-
on Colfax, blood on your
I
hands.
can't bring it back up.
Free Palestine.
Free Palestine.
Free Palestine.
I mean,
Free
oh
Palestine.
bro, I can't
Thank you.
change scenes now
For Jude.
unless I fucking
And now Rex today has called the cops yet again on this small protest that we're having outside to shame them for having investments from war profiteers. Shame on them for calling DPD yet again. Shame! Rex Fuller, blood on your hands. Rex Fuller, blood on your hands. Senator on Colfax, blood on your hands. Senator on Colfax, blood on your hands. All right, so we have a gallon bucket of chalk up here, so we want to invite everybody to chalk all around the sidewalk. Leave a message for the center. Leave your mark knowing that you're here. We're going to keep chanting, keep chalking, and then we'll have some more speakers to follow. Free, free.
We're going to play some music, Sky.
You guys have to find my speaker.
That's cool.
LBS is fucking up, bro.
Free Palestine.
Free, free Palestine.
Try something.
Free Palestine.
Free, free, free Palestine.
Free
Palestine.
Free, free Palestine.
Free Palestine.
Free, free, free Palestine.
Pride is a protest.
Pride is a protest.
You said you agree.
You said you agree.
Pride is a protest.
Pride is a protest.
But you call DPD.
You call DPD.
Pride is a protest.
That's gonna make me. Alright, so the way I'll do this is I'll reset the router.
Pride is a protest.
I'm trying to make so this stream doesn't end at heavy 420.
Call DPD.
Pride is a protest.
Pride is a protest.
We're marching in the streets.
We're marching in the streets.
Pride is a protest.
Because
Pride is a
I can't take it like all for these people with OBS right now. I have to. I don't know what happened. It's fucking in limbo somewhere on my computer, and I can't bring it back to the desktop. Like, it won't let me restore it if I right click. Restore is grayed out. Weird, bro. So what I'm gonna try to do is reset the router. I'll unplug the router and plug it back in, and then I'm gonna try to start another instance of OBS, and then close out the one that's not working. So see you in a second. Where we go? Oh, it's working.
So folks are using chalk to write different messages on the sidewalk here in front of the center on Colfax, where there are about 15. Hold on a second.
Trying to be out here around this easement line, but we just can't have anything hanging on the property. Okay, so that's considered on the property, right? So if you can just, if you want to hang that up on the tree or whatever else, that's fine. It just cannot be on the railing for the property.
Why can't it be on the railing of the property?
Because it's their property.
It's
So-
not damaging their property.
It doesn't matter. It's
And
their
yeah,
property.
unfortunately, it's their property. They're not wanting anything that's not put up by them on there. So we'll just have to have you guys take that off. I mean, we also probably shouldn't be going with the chalk up here on the ramp either, right? Because they're still on the property, but we're not trying to push it on that. We've established that the easement line, right, is going to be right here with the ramp, and then this line right here is going to just be the property line. So if we just don't cross that, we're not going to be concerned with any trespassing or anything like that. And then again, just with the ban. If you guys want to put it anywhere else, you're more than welcome to. We are very supportive of your First Amendment right.
Is that trespassing?
Putting that on this property that is not authorized for the property owner, they're wanting it to be taken off.
I'm just wondering, is that trespassing?
Trespassing is unlawfully entering and remaining on a property, so that is not trespassing.
So what if we leave that
could be
there?
Considered, or it would be taken.
What end up happening is I'm going to go have to tell them that you're not. What'll end up happening is I'll tell them that you guys don't want to take it down, and they're going to ask me to come out here and take it down for you, and then I'm just going to take it back inside, because if it's going to be left there on their property, it then becomes their property. They're asking you to take it down and just hang it on a tree or something else, but just not on the building.
I can communicate that to the
Okay, sounds good. Awesome. We'll wait for a response.
We'll wait for a response. I don't get it. She's not gonna take it down? That's what they're talking about, yeah. Draped all in their building. They're protesting, dude. They're literally protesting against this building, and they think that the building's gonna be okay with them putting this shit on the side of it.
Is tied to the walkway ramp leading up to.
Does she not understand how that's their property?
Needs to be taken down because the workers at the center don't want.
Why is she explaining something we've already heard once?
To the ramp, and they said if
People
it's
are
not
fucking
taken down, then
stupid
they
as
might
fuck,
have
dude.
to take it down themselves.
We heard everything that
as the
just
police and
happened,
bring
you
it
dumb
inside.
cunt. She just wanted to waste the time in telling us that in front of the cops while they wait and waste.
The
While their
seems to
time
be
is completely
tied
wasted right
on its
now.
own as not.
How does that matter if it's tied on its own?
Seem to be damaging or harming.
Does it matter if it's damaging, you dumb bitch? It's not your property. Would you want somebody putting a sign on your door that said fucking Donald Trump is awesome? Like, what the fuck, bitch? What do you not understand about it? And queers for Gaza is the craziest shit I've ever heard of. Dude, because even the women in Gaza will stone you for being gay. It's so stupid. Sometimes I just come across some really cool content, I don't know. The chick wishes she has a beard. You can tell. Why does she have to read that? That's a chick, right? That's probably a fucking dude. No, it's a dude. It's got a dude face. But chick titties. Gotta be careful out there, folks. That's a dude. But it's transitioned. Oh. Alright.
Sorry, y'all. I don't have that much locals.
That's great.
Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free
Oh, that's another one.
Palestine.
How many are there? 2 trannies already. This is tranny 2.
Free Palestine.
Oh, God.
Move, cops, get out the
Yo,
way.
you remember that black tranny chick that was in that band that they would play in the middle of the street like in 2021, 2020? She was super gross. The dreads? Looked like Jabba the Hutt, but a black version of it. I remember that shit. Oh man, it was like a bunch of trannies in a band. It was a crazy shit. It was whatever. Dude, we need another Republican. I think that was actually like maybe Donald Trump era when that was happening. Possibly. How long ago was that?
There's no pride in genocide.
There's no pride in
That's when they start getting all wild, trying to flaunt their titties, their tranny titties. When they feel threatened, they start acting out with their tranniness. Like, oh, you don't want me to be tranny? Oh, well, I'm gonna be extra tranny now. You know what I'm saying? What the fuck? Yo, Discord. Carol. Like, about your work, Carol, you're a dime a dozen on Kick. You know how many workers I could have by now for pennies on the dollar? You little Kick promoters, artists. You know, man, I'm gonna start a cartoon. I'm just gonna have a bunch of y'all for $10 a week. Y'all gonna make me content. I'm just gonna upload it. Are you in? Where are you at? Are you in Africa or something? $1's a lot to you, right?
Free, free, free Palestine. Free, free, free Palestine. We want queer liberation.
We want queer liberation.
End the occupation.
End the occupation.
We want queer liberation.
We want queer liberation.
Dude, I heard that during Jim Crow, the blacks had it better. I don't know if it's actually true or not, but a dude who goes to all the colleges and argues with people was talking about it. Like, the home ownership was at its highest for blacks at the time. That's interesting. And there was probably less black on black crime. That's interesting. Why is that? What the hell happened? I don't, like, we needed to keep us separated or something? Maybe America would have worked better as a salad bowl instead of a melting pot. More like a salad bowl though. A little melty. Really good melting a little bit, but we're making it like that. We have to do that, motherfucker. We have to be a melting pot. Everybody must be together. Everybody must. You must have 2 black people, 2 Asians, 2 Mexicans, 2 whites, all at the same job. You know, just mesh in, maybe like a zipper. Why? Why do we have to do that? Blacks aren't happy like that. They, dude. And during that same argument he was having with people, there was a chick that he started talking to, and she was like, "Yeah, I wouldn't mind having a all-black dormitory in college." He's like, "Oh, they got that now." She's like, "Oh, really? That's segregation." But they want it though. It's interesting, man. Actually want it, and it was good for us possibly to have a little separation. It made it so that they held each other more accountable, I believe, because it was more like living in a small town. Now that they're more spread out everywhere, this goes for all races. Like, they're not as held accountable. You live in a small town. And y'all fucking just the good old boys. The sheriff knows your dad, you know what I mean? Your dad knows all your friends' dads and shit. But it ain't like that, because we, like, when black people were segregated, they felt more comfortable around each other, maybe, for some reason. Why wasn't there as much black on black violence? And they seemed much more respectful. I mean, looking at video, look, the Travis Scott incident recently, where he's like acting like a fucking grown-ass kid with about his $30,000 yacht rental that he didn't want to get off of because he was banging some chick and didn't want to get caught because he's with one of the Kylie Jenner or whatever fucking Kylie, whatever her name is. Kardashian, Jenner, one of them. But he's being like a total just jackass because he's got money. There, man. Are there more respectful rich black people, or do they get more disrespectful as they get rich? I'm not really sure. But P Diddy, he's running shit. Jay Z's running shit. That's just crazy. They act like they're fucking godfathers or something. They don't. They don't so much respect white people. I mean, I don't think they seem very racist. I don't know. I think P Diddy might diddle old Justin Bieber. You know, black people fuck white boys in prison too. What I'm saying doesn't mean that he's not racist because he had sex with Justin Bieber. Mm-hmm. He did. He stuck his little ding dong in Justin Bieber's asshole. Back in the day. That happened, dude. You can put your bottom dollar on it. You can put your top dollar on it. You can put your middle dollar on it. Dude, there's a fucking ambulance outside. The kid that had a Dr. Pepper shirt on from earlier is now waiting outside for an ambulance to come. What the fuck? He took all the stuff somewhere and now, what was it? Was there a body in there? What's going on, man? It was a bunch of stuff. It was huge! What's going on, man? Did you hear it? Did you hear it? Did you hear that shit? Did you hear that? Where the fuck are my people at? Oh, they're taking the gurney. Ooh, they were fucking rushing with the gurney, dude. Uh-oh. Always going back there. Always, I can't imagine the ambulance always coming to my house. That's kind of trippy. Is that expensive? I mean, for most people it would be. Shit, I'm very lucky though. Very lucky. If I ever have to call the ambulance, man, I think this goes for all veterans. If a veteran has to call the ambulance, the VA pays for the ambulance, I think. I hope. I don't know, I never had to write in one. Definitely if it takes me to the VA, I'm able to say like, hey, I'm a veteran and I'm close to the VA. I don't know about otherwise though. Taking too long. Get her on there. Let's get her in. This content. I'm gonna get a straight shot of what's she looking like. It's a hot one today. Will it be a hot one tomorrow? Yep. Hotter tomorrow. Hot all fucking week, bro. The coolest it's gonna be is 83. So next Wednesday, like a week and a half from now. Week and a half of hot days. 90 degrees in here. This will be good.
NewsHour. The White House said today
This is
that the
from
U.S. and Israel believe
minutes
Iran
ago.
and its proxies across the region could launch a significant attack in the coming days. Israel says it's on peak readiness, and the U.S. accelerated the deployment of forces to the region to try and deter Iran and defend Israel. That's despite ongoing diplomatic efforts to prevent an attack. Our story tonight starts in the Israeli city of Haifa, and a warning, some scenes of war in this story are graphic.
In 10 months of war, Israel's third largest city and its largest port have emerged untouched. But today, Haifa and Israel are worried an attack could come at any point.
And since the 7th of October, we are working from here.
Which is why Haifa's emergency preparedness chief, Leo Resnick, works from a bomb shelter. They've been on high alert for the past 10 days. After Israel assassinated a senior Hezbollah commander in Beirut, and Hamas political leader Ismail Haniyeh was killed in an explosion after this event in Tehran.
We are waiting for something to happen. We are waiting for Iranian or Hezbollah to shoot.
In June, Hezbollah made its threat to Haifa's port explicit, posting drone video above an Israeli naval base. Thanks to Iranian support, Hezbollah has more than 150,000 rockets and missiles that can reach 95% of Israel. Israel is not ready for a possible onslaught.
The biggest challenge today, I think, that we don't have enough bomb shelter to all the citizens.
Which is why the Rambam Hospital is taking no chances. It has moved 2,000 beds 3 stories below street level to its underground garage. Aviv Weissman is the hospital's deputy director.
So look up.
That's cool.
Oxygen line, warm water, cold water, suction, everything that doesn't exist in a regular garage. This is a hospital floor.
It has a fully functional emergency room with an operating theater to deal with the kinds of injuries they fear are coming.
We mainly prepare for conventional war. So missiles hit, shrapnels, direct hit, regular trauma, war trauma. We're also ready to treat some other toxicological attacks if they happen. We hope they don't, but we know the potential is always there.
The hospital's equipped to last 1 week without resupply and plans to host families if necessary.
If we come down here and it's like terrible outside, it's bombing and bombing, we could close doors and not need to open them at all for 72 hours. We have enough water, food, oxygen, energy.
To help defend Israel and try to deter Iran, this weekend Defense Secretary
He's
Lloyd
done a good
Austin
job.
made a rare
He'll stay
announcement
alive.
that he had deployed a guided missile submarine, the USS Georgia, to the Middle East, and accelerated the deployment of the Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby spoke to reporters today.
We have to be prepared for what could be a significant set of attacks, which is why we have increased our force posture and capabilities in the region, even in just the last few days.
The Biden administration believes the best way to calm regional tension is a Gaza ceasefire that would release Israeli hostages and Palestinian prisoners. The U.S., alongside mediators Qatar and Egypt, have called for formal ceasefire talks to resume on Thursday, but it's not clear whether Hamas will show up. But until there's a ceasefire in Gaza, the Israeli military continues a new campaign against Hamas in the south. It was too late for many who arrived today in this campaign fire in Gaza. Hamas will show up. But until there's a ceasefire in Gaza,
Dude. That's pretty big, man. Where's that come from? Is that a jet? Jet shot that? Oof. It's like sped up at the end.
the Israeli military continues a new campaign against Hamas in the south. It was too late for many who arrived today in this Han Yunis hospital. And too late for the woman who had hoped to shield a child. Fatia Hassan's heartbreak turned to rage. Among those killed today, her nephew.
My nephew's brain was hanging out of his head. Where is the humanity? We are dying. We're dying. We are dying every minute, every second. Where is the humanity?
A wave of humanity
lady.
today evacuated yet again.
They'll be on the streets
Tens
fucking
of thousands
praising
in Khan
Allah.
Yunis and
The
an
fucking
area
Trade
designated
Center
by
got hit
Israel as a
again, though.
humanitarian zone
Last time.
urged to flee by Israeli leaflets. The fourth evacuation order issued this
Humanity.
month.
They'd be
Israel
like,
accused
yeah,
Hamas
get
of
America.
hiding
They didn't
within the
give us
population
humanity.
to fire rockets.
The
Israel also says
pier
the
wasn't
school
enough.
turned shelter struck this weekend killed more than 30 terrorists.
There you go.
Palestinians say nearly 100 died as they prayed. For the
Yeah,
PBS
it was
NewsHour,
a terrorist
I'm Nick
out.
Schiffer.
Dude, they're gonna do that. They're gonna do that. Of course they're gonna do that. Can we just get this show on the fucking road? Let's see what's gonna happen, you know? What's Iran waiting for? It might be tonight, though.
Of taking money from companies
Could
that
be
have been
tonight.
condemned by human rights groups.
It's supposed to
by
be
the
a
United
holiday or
Nations,
something for Jews.
longer than I've been alive. The center
That's a dude, bro.
claims to represent us, but they don't
A dude with
represent
titties.
us to uplift the popular will. They claim to represent us to reflect our
Do you think a
community.
tranny
They claim
fills on
to
their
represent
titties?
us so they can
I bet they do.
silence and denature
Because they're
our
fucking
community.
weirdos.
And that is not a representation
They'd
I
be
will
like,
not. And that's not a representation I will accept.
Bet they do.
I don't think
90%
based upon
of
the
them.
conversations we had in that comfortable air-conditioned boardroom with clean water, with access to sanitation and proper facilities, I don't think those people in there in the center are avowed Zionists. I believe in the vision of
Hey there.
dissent. That is why they represent us. That is why they want to speak. They want to take that and they want to denature it.
I didn't see her.
It's not that complicated. And we're not. It's not that complicated. It's not that complicated. Gaza will be liberated. While we're talking, while the center's working,
Or they're helping her get in a car instead. I guess they don't want to pay what it costs to get in the ambulance. I've never seen this before.
talking, while the center's
The medics are the paramedics are helping her get in her car. In the passenger seat. Paramedics.
Especially when
over their food, keep the people who were living there and kill Palestinians.
Yeah,
anyway.
Brig Commander.
Fire truck's leaving.
Who knows? I mean, you just don't know. Thank you, music band watching in the Canary Islands, Spain. I appreciate you watching from there.
Anesthesia. Shame. It's not that complicated. Gaza will be liberated. And the center, much like the Zionist entity that's desperate, that's lashing out, that's gathering its guns and rallying its support now, that's gathering its guns and rallying its support, that's spending more money on foreign elections than it ever has in order to retain its grip over our government. They're both on borrowed time.
almost 3 a.m. Stephen Dale, our viewer, says he is going to Turkey in 3 weeks and hopes it doesn't escalate too much. You know, in spite of, I know Barack Ravid, who I think is a very good reporter, he said that he's hearing it won't happen tonight. I have no idea.
Why doesn't he know, man?
Well, this story may have you squirming in your seat. Yeah, you see it right here.
Oh, yeah.
An unwanted visitor has reared its beady eyes on Staten Island.
Yeah, and while the European hornet doesn't belong here, it is here. And Jay Dow explains that the experts say you shouldn't necessarily be afraid of this thing, just don't make it angry.
Holy cannoli. That is one nasty looking creature.
Lorraine echoing the sentiment that may come to mind when you see this, a photo of a European hornet. Now they say it's not aggressive.
It's not aggressive, but it doesn't mean it's not going to sting me though, right?
If provoked, perhaps, but it does indeed have a stinger, can grow up to 1.5 inches long, and has recently been spotted on Staten Island's West Shore.
Well, he better not come by me because I'm going to have to go after it. That's my way of approaching an animal that looks like that. I'm going after it before it gets me.
Even Laura, who considers herself a lover of all living things, makes an exception.
I give my daughter permission to actually step on one of those, and we don't like to kill any of the creatures out there.
Nick Rozak is CEO of Green Stinger Beekeeping Services and president of the Staten Island chapter of the New York Bee Club. He's not surprised to hear about a European hornet sighting.
It's considered a non-aggressive species. It's very large, it looks scary, and it's not really that common, but it's been in the tri-state area for over 200 years.
We couldn't find a live example of a European hornet for this story, so this screenshot is going to have to do. And to be honest, I didn't go out of my way looking for one either. In any case, our expert tells us the European hornet isn't the only threat in town, and it's not even the biggest one living among us. That would be a cicada killer wasp, but looks like it may be large enough to carry you and a cicada away back to its nest with zero effort.
About the size of my middle finger.
What, this is the size of your middle finger?
Yep.
Oh no.
That's on the hands right there.
Nah, I'm all set. Rozak says it's also, quote, non-aggressive and typically saves its sting for cicadas. But he does have some valuable, potentially life-saving advice.
You know, if you see a nest that's in your house, then obviously you should call an exterminator to remove it. Because they will get aggressive if they're defending their nest.
Buzzing around Staten Island, Jay Dow, Pix 11 News.
Damn. That was awesome. He was so sweet. $100,000 pro-Palestinian demonstrators expected for DNC.
We're 1 week away from the Democratic National Convention, and security will be very tight, with thousands of pro-Palestinian protesters expected. Tomorrow, a federal judge is supposed to rule on just how close to the convention center these protesters can get. Right now, there's a 1.1-mile route that starts about half a mile from the center. But protest organizers are fighting for it to be much longer. The Chicago area, remember, is home to the largest Palestinian American community. It's called Little Palestine. And protest groups are vowing to come out in full force to protest the Biden administration's stance on Israel.
The message is stop U.S. aid to Israel. The message is free Palestine. The message is stop the genocide, because this Democratic Party, this president, this vice president are responsible for it. They could have turned off that tap of money and weapons to Israel anytime. They could do it today. They could have done it back in October. The fact that they haven't meant that they're just as responsible. They have the blood of 40,000 Palestinians on their hands, and that's why we're protesting.
Now, the concern is that the protest could incite anti-Semitism and promote violence. Remember, the protests in Washington, D.C. during Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's visit to the Capitol. Protesters vandalized monuments, painting slogans like Hamas is coming. The Democratic National Committee and the Harris campaign are hoping to avoid any comparisons, of course, to the 1968 convention, which saw thousands of protesters flood the streets of Chicago protesting the Vietnam War. That convention brings front of mind all those images of police cracking down on protesters, tear gas billowing in their direction. News Nation's Alex Capriello is live in Chicago. Alex, what are these preparations like that are underway right now? I imagine they're anticipating, given what we just heard, a lot of pretty vehement protesters.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Somewhere between 10 to 30,000 protesters are expected to come here to join this coalition to march on the DNC, which is why we're seeing the city of Chicago and the people that are working here outside the United Center really taking the steps to make sure that it is secure for when things really kick off in 1 week from now. As you can see right here behind me, Elizabeth, these are some of the barriers that were just planted just this morning. And right here, the fence that's already underway, up and constructed. This marks the hard line that the United States Secret Service has outlined for the perimeter of the Democratic National Convention. Anybody that goes beyond these fences have a credential. That means delegates, politicians, and other participants. But those protesters continue to fight to get closer and closer to the United Center for their rally. Just this morning, News Nation was granted exclusive access inside their headquarters for the coalition to march on the DNC. That's where you can see the people hard at work. They're creating those hundreds of picket signs, working on banners that will inevitably be marched around the DNC. That coalition, made up of more than 200 organizations from all around the world that are hoping to get the attention of the Democratic Party when it rolls into Chicago. And while these protesters have promised to remain peaceful while exercising their First Amendment rights, there is still a tremendous amount of hostility between clashing organizations and ideologies. I had a chance to speak to protesters who want to immediately stop the U.S. aid to Israel because they believe it's funding a genocide. But then I also sat down and spoke to Jewish leaders here in Chicago who say they believe violence and vandalism here in the city and next week is inevitable.
We see it on the posters that they fly across our cities and plaster all over that say escalate, escalate for Gaza, escalate at the DNC. What else could that mean? It certainly doesn't mean escalating peace.
I don't think that there's any good faith efforts that can happen while these institutions sit and cheerlead the mass starvation, the mass killing, and the mass rape of the Palestinian people.
And as you can see, it's very tense at the moment, but Chicago police say they are ready to handle these tens of thousands of protesters that will be marching right here around the United Center while, of course, protecting their First Amendment rights. And this week is crunch time for these organizations. Even as we speak, there are dozens of volunteers that are canvassing throughout Southside Chicago, putting door markers on some of the businesses and homes, letting them know about their causes, hoping that they can recruit more volunteers. And as you mentioned at the very beginning, Elizabeth, we hope to get some answers tomorrow. That's when a federal hearing will take place, which could potentially expand the route that these marchers could take It's going from 1 mile to more than 2 miles and making it on larger streets rather than side residential streets.
It's great
Elizabeth?
to hear the organizers of these protests promise that they want to be peaceful, but we've seen that many of these protests here in the United States have not been peaceful by many of these groups. Thanks so much for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find news.
Was it starting? It's 5 o'clock. Where are they? Where is he? This thing's supposed to be going on now. What the hell, man? Where are they? Are they no longer doing it? Where's Elon at? Where's Elon at? Nobody can get in. Nobody can watch. Nobody can watch it. If it's happening. Shit. They broke Twitter, dude. They broke X. Dude. You think they're chatting away right now? I keep trying to refresh it. Why isn't it letting us in? Let me in, man. People said they got in, but I've been refreshing over and over and over and over and over. It's not letting me in. They're getting in, but they're hearing music. Oh well, I was kind of looking forward to it. So.
handle the amount of traffic, according to one ex-employee. He says the X space is fluctuating wildly in the number of people who have joined it and currently sits at 200,000. Even though no one has started speaking, the service can't handle the amount of traffic, according to one ex-employee.
That's what's going on.
Elon Musk says, news update from Elon Musk. He says, we tested the system with 8 million concurrent listeners earlier today.
Yeah, I figured he was being attacked.
That is what Elon Musk says.
That's what I was going to say, actually. It has to be like multiple basement-dwelling Democrats that are like, you're not gonna do shit, you motherfucker. Being DDoS, dude, for sure. I believe that he tested it beforehand. I believe he did. I believe he did. And I was thinking that same exact thing like 10 minutes ago. Like, this has to be an attack. Because all it takes is like a combined effort of a bunch of basement-dwelling neckbeards, and you can take Twitter down. And in combination with how many people are trying to watch it. I bet.
Huh.
Either that or he had way more than 8 million trying to watch.
Sardarizadeh.
Oh man, damn.
With BBC, Cheyenne Sardarizadeh says, while the real Trump-Musk space on X does not appear to be working, there's currently a deep fake live stream of the Trump-Musk interview on a fake Tesla channel on YouTube with 200,000 people watching. Cheyenne Sardarizadeh also says that channel is running a crypto scam. Do not scan the QR
That channel's been doing that for a while, haven't
join
they?
the channel. He thinks that Team YouTube should suspend the channel.
Oh, it's hilarious. People probably think it's real.
Yes, as Andrew Schlegel points out, when Ron DeSantis, I believe Ron DeSantis announced his campaign, or he tried to announce his campaign on X, and it couldn't handle it. If I remember that right. Yeah, like USA Today says, Ron DeSantis launched his campaign in 2023 with his Twitter space with Musk that was marred by technical difficulties. The USA Today literally has an article from today that says, can X withstand a Trump-Musk interview? DeSantis campaign launch offers cautionary tale.
Find that channel.
Hey, thanks to Andrew Schlegel for your support. I really appreciate it, Andrew Schlegel. Elon Musk update. News update from Elon Musk. News update on the Trump-Musk X space. He says, we will proceed with the smaller number of concurrent listeners at 8:30 ET and then post the unedited audio immediately after.
What a dick. Fuck, man. Fix your shit, man. Can't fix it.
agent. She's saying, you know what? We're actually doing a crime on unscripted interviews. He sat down with Dr. Phil, did an unscripted interview to hang out at. So we didn't get the reputation of the platform. Elon Musk is tweeting saying there appears to be a massive DDoS. As long as you can hear that music playing. I wonder why Elon Musk is obsessed.
What is going on? Bro, oh, look at this. Look at this. This is weird. This Tyler Feller guy just had like Oreo Express on his screen for no reason. And he's not even talking about him.
You know, being very careful towards you, everybody else.
And it's not with the territory.
Where does it happen? Is it here?
Yeah, there's so many people.
Laura Loomer said 8 minutes ago that she can't get onto the space.
Oh, because he got on. Oreo fucking got on. This motherfucker. That's why.
Saying 209 in the space, and we are joined. We're just waiting for him to start kicking.
Number 16 cut federal.
Paula Harris herself.
Oh, I don't want to do that though. Nah, that's not worth it. Having to listen to that dude is not worth it. It's just his voice sucks. Hungry. Boom. I did it. What's up, Bill? Oh, present. Right. Oh man, I'm in. I'm in the spaces. I don't hear anything. Olympics? No. No. I really watch it. They got too too tranny for me, man. There's almost 1 million in this one. They must have fixed it. They're both muted. Right. It's still going up. Team Trump is asking for money. Doesn't Trump have money? Can he not use the money? How much of his own money can he use? There.
All right, hello everyone. My apologies for the late start. We unfortunately had a massive distributed denial of service attack against our servers, and saturated all of our data lines. Like basically hundreds of gigabits of data were saturated. We think we've overcome most of that, and so it's now time to proceed. But as this massive attack illustrates, there's a lot of opposition to people just hearing what President Trump has to say, and but I'm honored to have this conversation. I want to emphasize it's a conversation, and it's really intended to just get a feel for what Donald Trump is just like in a conversation. It's hard to catch a vibe about someone if you just don't hear them talk in a normal way. And when there's an adversarial interview, like no one's themselves in an adversarial interview. And this is really aimed at kind of open-minded, independent voters who just trying to make up their mind. So you can understand like what is what is it just like to have a conversation? So honored to Donald, great to speak. We had a great conversation yesterday. As you mentioned yesterday, if we could just record that conversation and post it, it would have been excellent. And I hope we can have something like that today.
Well, I think we will. I'm pretty sure we will. And congratulations, because I see you broke every record in the book with so many millions of people, and it's an honor. We view that as an honor. And then
it was an DDoS attack. Those aren't real people, Trump.
Usually those are voices that have something to say that are constructive, oftentimes constructive. And so we have to consider it an honor. But congratulations on breaking every record in the book tonight. That's great.
Well, thank you. Maybe we could start off with.
He's only saying that so he can say it later.
Which
he broke every record in the book on our
incredible thing, and I have to say that
he's going to be talking about it.
Your actions after that assassination attempt were inspiring. You instead of shying away from things, instead of ducking down, you were pumping your fist in the air and saying fight, fight, fight. And I think that's, the president of the United States represents America, and I think that is America. That is strength under fire, and so that's a big part of the reason why I was excited to endorse you as the president of the United States for having another term here. Is that was just incredibly inspiring. But I mean, what was it like for you?
Not pleasant. I have to be honest.
You could have gotten shot in the face right then. It was stupid.
I didn't know I had that much blood. The doctors later told me that the ear is a place that is a very bloody place if you're going to get hit. But in this case, it was probably the best alternative you could even think about, because it went at the right angle, and it was a hard hit. It was very, I guess you would say surreal, but it wasn't surreal. You know, I was telling somebody, you have instances like this, or like a lot less than this, where you feel it's a surreal situation, and I never felt that way. I knew immediately that it was a bullet. I knew immediately that it was at the ear.
Yeah.
And because it hit very hard, but hit the ear. And I also heard people shout, "Bullets, bullets!" Get down, because I moved down pretty nicely, pretty quickly, and we had bullets flying right over my head after I went down. So I'm glad I went down. The bigger miracle was that I was looking in the exact direction of the shooter, and so it hit me at an angle that was far less destructive than any other angle. So that was the miracle. That was, for those people that don't believe in God, I think we got to all start thinking about that. You have to, I'm a believer. Now I'm more of a believer, I think, and a lot of people have said that to me. A lot of great people have said that to me, actually. But it was amazing that I happened to be turned just at that perfect angle. And all because I put down a chart on immigration that showed that the numbers were so great. I love that chart even more now.
Maybe it's a sign. Maybe that's a sign,
It's an immigration sign.
You highlighted a serious issue, and at that moment, the bullet missed your, hit your ear, but missed your head. I mean,
the amazing thing is that the sign, I said, bring down that sign on immigration, and it was literally about an eighth of a second where it would be good, and after that it was going to be a disaster, no matter which way you were facing. But it just had that perfect angle, which was exactly at this shooter. Very sad situation. Such a sad situation. As you know, we lost somebody that was great, Corey, who, a firefighter, a great gentleman, a great Trumper. He was just a fantastic family and a fantastic man. And a friend of mine came up, Elon, and said, "I'd like to give the family some kind of help." And I said, "That's great." He said, "Do you mind?" I said, "I don't mind at all." And he wrote out a check for $1 million, gave it to the wife. And, she said, "This is really nice, but I'd rather have my husband back," which is a nice thing for somebody to say, to be honest. She's great. The family is great. And we raised a lot of money for them.
Did she give the money back, or what?
Two other gentlemen are unbelievable people also. They were hit really badly. They thought they were not going to make it, and they did. The doctors in the Butler area, I tell you, they were incredible. They saved the two, and they were really hit tough, both of them, equally. And we thought, my first question was, because I heard bullets flying over me, and I said, how many people were killed? Because we had a massive crowd there, a tremendous, thousands and thousands of people, and there was no land. I mean, it was all people. So I said, how many people have been killed? Because I knew there were other shots being fired. And they said, we don't know yet, but some people have been badly hurt. And I have to give the Secret Service sniper, they call him, or sharpshooter, but sniper, because he didn't know there was a problem. He's an extraordinary shot, obviously, and he didn't know there was a problem. And he was able to pick it all out within 5 seconds. And he used one bullet from very far away, I guess probably about 400 yards. The shooter was 130, but he was on the opposite side of the field and the podium. And he saw the smoke and the flame from the gun, immediately recognized it, and immediately took a shot. And it was one perfect shot from very far away. And if he didn't do that, Elon, he would have. I mean, if he would have, a lot more people could have been badly hurt and killed. So I have to take my hat off to him, because that's also a surreal. You know, he's been with them for 23 years, and he's never had anything like this. And all of a sudden he has to act, and it's a very tough thing to act and to be shooting somebody. But he saw the gun, saw the smoke, saw the flame from the gun, very far away. Obviously has very good eyes. He's got very good vision, which I assume you have to have in that particular work. But he took aim very quickly, and they say it was approximately 5 seconds from long range,
Yeah.
one bullet. If that didn't happen, because
Yeah.
the shooter had a lot of bullets, he had a lot of cartridges
Sure.
up there with him, so
Well,
could have been brave.
I mean, that's clearly, he was very competent in taking that shot to stop the attempted assassination. But I mean, there does seem to be, I mean, some pretty significant failings elsewhere in the system. Like, there's just no way that, like, how on earth does a shooter get on a roof 130 yards away? That seems crazy. I think most people people are wondering how on earth could such a thing happen.
Well, I view it as two ways. There should have been nobody on the roof. There were people, because there were so many tens of thousands of people there. There were people that were seeing him, and there was one woman with a red shirt and Trump all over it, and she's screaming, well, that guy's got a gun. You saw it probably. There's a guy up there with a gun.
I mean, it's like, I guess, I mean, for my part, and I think probably many members of the public are wondering, how the heck are, basically people wandering by pointing out there's a guy on the roof with a gun.
Yeah.
And they're seeing it, but somehow it's not being addressed. That does seem crazy.
Well, they're going to learn from this. The communication between the local police, who sort of had an idea, and then ultimately a man lifted himself up to the roof, could barely do it because he was
Why
pulling
is
himself
Trump
up. And
have their
he
back?
saw the man with the gun. The man with the gun pointed the gun at him. He thought he was probably going to get shot, but he was like pulling himself up, and because of that, he couldn't get to his gun. And he fell down, actually very badly hurt his leg, his ankle. I hear very badly, but he fell down. And he did, from what I understand, he did say there's a guy up there with a gun. And the shooting started very quickly after that. I think it forced the shooter to go maybe quicker. He was supposed to be a very good shot.
Yeah.
My sons, Don and Eric, they can't believe what happened, but they said from 130 yards, a bad shot would hit that target almost every time. They said it's like in golf, sinking a 2-foot putt.
Yeah, it's not a tough shot.
It's not a long shot. The Secret Service person had the long shot. He had a triple the distance actually. So it was a terrible thing. It's hard. I have to say this about the Secret Service. When I went down, and I went down based on, I think they're screaming, but other people also, because people saw this happen. You had so many people. One of the miracles was that nobody ran. I mean, if a gun goes off, the crowd control people showed us this. When guns go off, and it does happen in stadiums at a soccer match or some kind of a match, everybody flees. They call it a stampede, like cattle. But everybody, and a lot of people get killed with those stampedes. We had more people than you'd have at, some of these matches or these games, and nobody left. You had a small group behind us in the grandstand, and that was full. And you look at it as it was taking place, and normally they'd be running. They didn't leave. They saw that I was hurt. They saw a lot of blood, and they saw that I went down. And it's almost like they wanted to be with me. Well, out front, you had thousands, tens of thousands of people. As far as the eye could see, you had people in Butler, as far as the eye could see. And a lot of press, too. There were, many cameras on watching this. It's what makes it so different, because normally things happen that aren't good, but you never have a picture of it. Here we have all these cameras shooting it. So, sort of amazing. But one of the interesting things was that you didn't have anybody flee. You didn't have anybody stampede. Nobody. And there were some people behind me. They stood up and they're looking like, I mean, I'll tell you, you want to have them in a foxhole with you. I want to meet some of those people because it's so different from what you heard. But so I was down. But the Secret Service guys, there were bullets flying right over my head. You could hear them go whizzing, and these guys came jumping on top of me, and a young lady, Kate, would jump. They moved so fast, and let me tell you, that took tremendous courage. Now, there was a lack of coordination, There was, obviously everybody understands that somebody that building should have been covered, and
Yeah, I mean,
that was the
I think
big
that,
thing.
I mean, looking at the aerial views, that building would be like the #1 spot for a sniper. I mean, it's like if you were to pick like what is the favorite, so if the goal is to assassinate, what's your favorite spot? That building, the
You're
roof of
right.
that building would be #1.
That would have been the spot.
It's like you can ask for a better location. It's like
no,
#1.
that would have been the spot. You know what people think is when the local policeman, who, by the way, he really he did what he was supposed to do. He couldn't hold on any longer. And then when he got his head just peeking above, this guy standing there with a gun at his head. And when he fell down, again, hurt his ankle very badly, but he was making the calls. But what happened is the firing took place very soon. So what they think is that this guy ran to his site, which he had all planned out with the gun. He ran to the site and he started shooting fast. And maybe that's why he sort of missed. I mean, he got me, but it could have been a much bigger problem.
But he totally would have hit if you hadn't turned your head. So there was it was a very near thing.
It was a miracle. If I hadn't turned my head, I would not be talking to you right now. As much as I like you,
exactly,
I would not. I would not be talking to you.
You'd be talking to me from another realm, perhaps.
Yeah, that's right. We'd be talking from a different place. But it was a very terrible experience. The Butler Hospital, they did such a great job. The doctors were so good. Everybody was so good. There was a mistake. If somebody knew, because people were hearing that, there was just a bad feeling that somebody was around. You know that story now. It's been And if somebody could have said, because they've oftentimes said, like there'd be a lightning storm or something. Because I've done, I think, over 300. I think I did a lot more than that, but we did a lot. And oftentimes they'll say, "Sir, could you wait 10 minutes, please? Sir, could you wait 20 minutes? There's a storm overhead or lightning or something," right? And that happens often. And this would have been a perfect time for that to have happened, but it didn't. It didn't get coordinated. That was the problem.
Well, it was I think your actions in the heat of fire, and like what I find admirable there was that you can't fake bravery under such circumstances. The courage is instinctual, or it is not. It's not a rehearsed action. And so I just want to say that I think a lot of people admire your courage under fire there. And so
thank you very much. I appreciate it. I didn't think of it. I just wanted to get up, and I wanted to stand up. I wanted to let people know. I felt I was good when they were on top of me, covering me, actually, very much covering me, and very bravely. But I wanted to get up. I said, I want to get up. And they wanted, they have everything there. They wanted stretcher. I didn't like the stretcher. And I knew I was hit in the ear, but I knew I wasn't hit anywhere else. They felt I was hit someplace else because it was such a lot of blood. And they were sure that I was hit someplace else. And they were saying, "Sir, you were hit more than the ear." I said, "Nope. I was hit in the ear. I want to get up. Let me get up." And so I got up, and the crowd didn't know what to think. I mean, this was so many people, and you could see they were confused. They didn't know what to think. And I wanted to let them know I was okay. It was very important for me to let them know that. And they went wild. You've seen the after. They didn't go wild when I got up because they didn't know, was I alive? You really couldn't tell. When I stood up, before the hand, before the fist in the air, they didn't know if I was alive. Nobody did. And when I put the fist up, they were just relieved and happy and thrilled, and the place went crazy. It was pretty amazing. It was a terrible thing, but it was
incredibly moving. Yeah. Well, and I mean, speaking of the sort of slide that got you to turn, that saved your life, really, was the illegal immigration slide. Maybe this it's worth talking about that.
It was
that slide saved your life.
No, the illegal immigration saved my life. You're right, but it had to be at that exact angle.
I mean, that's a great one. saved by illegal immigration.
The incredible thing, though, when you talk about the odds, you had to be exactly at that angle, but the incredible thing is that the chart, I used it less than 20% of the time. It was just a moment.
Yeah.
It's always on my left, never my right, and it's always at the end of the speech. So here we have it. It's on the right, not the left. It's at the beginning, not the end. And even the people that put it up, they were unprepared, and they did a great job. They got it up immediately, fortunately. But I looked to the right, and the bullet came whizzing by, hitting my ear. So it was amazing. But when you think of the odds of that, and you know that normally you wouldn't use it. Normally I wouldn't have the thing, and then it would have been a very different story. It's very much, I say, an act of God. It's a miracle that it happened, and I'm honored by it. I'm honored by it.
Well, what were you about to say about illegal immigration before you were rudely interrupted?
Well, I was going to say how good the numbers were. By the way, we're going back to Butler, and we're going to go back in October. We're all set up, and the people are fantastic in Butler. It's a great area. These are incredible people. Like the three that, in the case of Corey killed, and the other two, the families I got to know them a little bit, and the families are great. But we're going back to Butler, and I think I'll probably start by saying, as I was saying, prior to being so horribly interrupted. But
so rudely interrupted by an assassination attempt.
But no, but the chart.
Some people have no manners.
Elon, the chart was just a chart that, in my last week, we had the best illegal immigration numbers, meaning stopping. It was at the lowest. You've seen the chart. It's become quite a famous chart. But that was the lowest point ever recorded. It was a really, I mean, I was very proud of those numbers. And then you see what happened with these people, Kamala and Joe. You see what happened. They just let it go. I had remain in Mexico policies. I had all these different policies that was so good. Guys like Tom Homan and Brandon Judd from Border Patrol. These are all people that they've been on television. They said it's the best numbers we've ever had. We had so many different checks, catch and release in Mexico, not the United. We had catch and release in the United States. We had it in Mexico. We had so many things. We had things where many people come in there, they have contagious diseases. We had everything passed. If you have a contagious disease, I'm sorry, but we cannot allow you into the country. So we were setting literally records, and all I was doing is showing that, and I use it sometimes, and in this case, I'm glad I used it. I can tell you that, but they were fantastic numbers. But I'm going to sleep with that chart always. I'll be sleeping with that chart. That chart was very important for a lot of reasons.
Well, I mean, would it be accurate to say that you're supportive of legal immigration, but we also need to shut down illegal immigration and especially unvetted illegal immigration, because and that's not the same as saying that everyone who's an illegal immigrant is bad. In fact, I think most people who are illegal immigrants are actually good, but you can't tell the difference unless there's a solid vetting of who comes across the border. Does that accurately represent your position?
I say it very simply. They have to come in legally. They have to be checked. Yeah. Because look, Kamala was the border czar. Now she's denying it. Everything that I do, she's saying she was strong on the border. We're going to be strong. Well, she doesn't have to say it. She could close it up right now. They could do things right now. It's horrible. No tax on tips, and all of a sudden she's making a speech and there will be no tax on tips. I said that months ago. And by the way, they had just the opposite. They had not only tax on tips, but they hired 88,000 IRS agents, and many of them were assigned to go get waitresses and caddies and all of this on tips. They have a policy. They had a policy that they were really going to go after you, and were really harassing people horribly. And then all of a sudden, for politics, she says, she comes out with what I said, which I think is terrible. And I think it's also hitting them very hard. These people are fake. Now they're also saying they did a good job on the border. We had the worst numbers in the history of the world, not of our country. There's never been a country in history that has had a catastrophe like this. We've had, I believe, and I think you believe this too, you hear 12 million, 13. I believe it's over 20 million people came into our country, many coming from jails, from prisons, from mental institutions, or a bigger version of that is insane asylums, and many are terrorists. And I'll tell you what, they're coming not just from South America, they're coming from Africa, they're coming from all over the world. They're coming from Asia, they're coming from the Middle East, they're coming from countries that are stupidly and horribly bombing Israel October 7th. They're coming from all over the world. And you know, you look at, it's so sad, October 7th, because it should have never happened. It's so sad when you look at Ukraine. It should have never happened. We have a defective government. These are defective people, and they're not people that should be running it. But where you see it the best is the border, because you have millions of people coming in a month. And then she gets up and she tries to pretend like she's going to do something. She had 3.5 years. And by the way, they have another 5 months that they can do something, but they won't do anything. It's all talk. She's incompetent and he's incompetent. And frankly, I think that she's more incompetent than he is. And that's saying something, because he's not too good.
Yeah. No, I think it is essential to have a secure border. I mean, you're really not a country unless you have a secure border, and
secure elections too.
You know, absolutely secure elections, and so it's just essential to have a real border, or we can't function as a country, and our service, you know, our central services are being overwhelmed in a lot of cities. As we were talking about earlier, I think having a legal immigration process that is smooth and efficient and done well, and speaking as someone who is a legal immigrant, I think that I mean, like one way to think of it is, who do you want on your team? You know, who do you want on Team America? And I think we want to just say, okay, we want to let in people who are going to, you know, be great contributors to our society and to our economy, and you know, and who do you want on the team? And it's not to say that, like in my opinion, actually, I'd say like probably most of the illegal immigrants actually are actually good, hardworking people. That's my opinion, but some are not. And you just have this sort of adverse selection process where, you know, if somebody's you know, if somebody's like has a career in theft or robbery, I don't understand what's taken them so long to get here, because we're such a target-rich environment. I mean, you know, why aren't more people who have a career in, you know, bad things coming here sooner? Because it's a piece of cake to go rob, you know, houses in LA or New York, compared to other parts of the world. And in a lot of places in America, if you try to stop the person who's robbing you, you'll be arrested. So
it's right. I mean, what's happening with crime, and our police are so good, but they're not allowed to do their job. But I have to tell you, Elon, I hate to say it because it's such a downer to say it. I hate to say it. I hate it, but you have a lot of people that just shouldn't be. I think it's a much bigger number than you think. They're allowing, again, they're allowing people from their jails. And if you were running one of these countries where they're coming from, you would have had all of them. As an example, Venezuela, their crime is down 72%. They're taking their drug dealers. They're taking, frankly, their prisoners. They're emptying out their prisons. They're taking their criminals, their murderers, their rapists, and they're delivering them into.
That's what Castro did.
Yeah, well, he did on a much smaller scale. You know, it was a much smaller scale. But this is a massive scale because this is being done worldwide. But here's what's happening: crime all over the world is down, and wait till you see the numbers that we have. You know, this is migrant crime. This is crime that's going to be. And I saw it today in New York, where somebody was knifed with raped the girlfriend of a man that stood there watching in New York in one of the shelters, and started pulling out the knives, and bad things happened today. But this is happening every day. These are rough people. These are people that are in jail for murder and all sorts of things, and they're releasing them into our country, and they're telling them, if you come back, we're going to kill you. We're going to give you the death penalty or kill you. so they don't want to come back. But these are rough people.
Yeah.
These are criminals that make our criminals look like nice people. And it's horrible what they're doing. And she's in charge of it because, now she's trying to say she had nothing to do with it. And she's such a liar because she was called the border czar the first day, and it was on the headlines of every newspaper. She's the border czar, and she never even went there. She went to one location which had nothing to do with where the problem is. She went in and out, I guess, because she was getting a lot of pressure, but had nothing to do with the problem is. But she was the border czar, and people can't allow them to get away with their disinformation campaign. Now she's trying to say that she wasn't really involved, and the whole thing is horrible. She was totally in charge. She could have shut the border down without him. He didn't know what he was doing anyway, so he wouldn't have even known what happened. You could shut the border down. He wouldn't even know the difference. But the fact is that she was border czar. But if you don't have to call her that. The fact is you could just call her, she was in charge of the border, and the border was the worst ever.
It's simply not working.
No, it's horrible.
Whether it's a question of intention or competence, either way, we don't have a secure border, and we have people streaming over like it looks like a World War Z zombie apocalypse at times. And sometimes you got to sort of wonder, like, is it real or not? So because you see things, you're like, is it real? So I went to the border at Eagle Pass, and I saw for myself in Texas, and I was like, okay, it's real. I'm like seeing this in real time. I actually posted the video like just live. I just flew there one day and just to see, hey, is this made up or real? And I'm just seeing people stream across the border, and I have to say, at least the people that I saw did not look friendly.
These
people can look at my video and say, hey, these people look friendly. I don't look super friendly. So
these are people that Elon would not be the same man if he had to walk across the street and look these people in the eye. These are rough people. These are really rough people coming across. And I know rough people. And these are people that we don't want in our country. And, the caravans are coming in, and they're putting, and who's doing this are the heads of the countries. And you would be doing it, and so would I. And everyone would say, oh, what a terrible thing to say. The fact is, it's brilliant for them because they're taking all of their bad people, really bad people. And I hate to say this, the reason the numbers are much bigger than you would think is they're also taking their non-productive people. Now, these aren't people that will kill you. We have enough of them. But these are people that are non-productive. They are just non-productive. I mean, for whatever reason. They're not workers, or they don't want to work, or whatever. And these countries are getting rid of non-productive people in the caravans in many cases. And they're also getting rid of their murderers and their drug dealers and the people that are really brutal people. And they're coming into our country at levels that have never been seen before. And I saw an ad just before I got on the air. I'm walking over here, and I saw an ad by Kamala saying how she is going to provide border security. Where has she been for 3.5 years? For 3.5 years, we have 20 million people for it. It's a terrible.
Yeah, I think frankly, I think this is a fundamental existential issue for the United States. And if we have another 4 more years of open borders, and it's going to be even worse with another 4 more years, it's going to be even worse than it's been for the past 3.5 years. I'm not sure we've got a country.
You don't have a country left. Elon, if they get in, you will have 50 to 60 million people from all over the world, not South America only. We think of South America, we think of Honduras and El Salvador, Guatemala, and Mexico, the 4. But it's not that. It's everywhere. They're coming in from everywhere. And I had to stay in Mexico.
I think this is a super important point. Like people, it's like basically when I went down there, I was like, well, where are people from? It's like almost no one was from Mexico.
No, Mexico less.
It's just the border. It's just the border with Mexico. But the people coming in, it's Earth, the rest of Earth, and America is only about 4 or 5% of the population of Earth. It would only take a few percent of the rest of Earth to overwhelm everything.
We're already overwhelmed, Elon. We're overwhelmed. You had to see the news tonight about New York, and I love that place. And what they're doing to it is horrible. What they're doing to it, and all the courts do is they try and focus on Trump. Okay, let's focus on Trump, who did nothing wrong. I complain about a rigged election. Elon, what's happened is unbelievable. You have from Africa, from the Congo, they're coming, from the Congo. And 22 people came in from the Congo recently, and they're murderers, and they're dropped. They drop them. They take them out of jails, which is very expensive, you know, to maintain the jails. Although they don't do too much maintaining, I can tell you. But they take them out of jails, prisons. They take them out, and they bring them to the United States. They deposit them in the United States and say, "Don't ever come back, or you're going to be executed." And they don't want to come back, but they won't come back.
Sure.
But they're coming from Africa. They're coming from Asia. They're coming from the Middle East. They're coming from South America.
Well, just
they're
Earth,
coming from
rest of Earth,
everywhere.
basically.
And there are a lot of really
everywhere on
bad
Earth.
ones.
It's just an everywhere on Earth thing, and it's just not possible for the United States to absorb, you know, everyone from Earth, or you know, even a few percent of the rest of Earth. It's just not possible. So,
well, Elon, we're going to have to finish this up. We're going to have the largest deportation in history of this country, and we have no choice. Otherwise, we're going to have a country. What they've done to our country. Think of it. With you know, in Venezuela and in some of these other countries, crime is down 50, 60, 70, 80%. And you would be the same. You would have. Yeah. I'll tell you what. Venezuela has not gotten rid of all of them. They've gotten rid of about 70% of their really bad people. Their jails are about 50% put into the United States. Same with other countries. Sure. Some are 30%, some are at 50%. They're all different. But the bottom line is they're all going to be at 100%. Why wouldn't you put 100% of it? And they're doing it right now while this third-rate phony candidate. Don't forget, I beat Biden. He failed in the debate miserably. And, you know, some people said, oh, gee, it's too bad. It's too bad he did so badly, or I did well in the debate. You know, the first night they said, wow, one of the people at CNN said that was the greatest debate performance I've ever witnessed. And then 2 days later, they didn't talk about that. They just said he was bad. But that's okay. That's the way I get treated, and I don't mind that at all. What I can tell you is this. We cannot have a Democrat. We cannot have her. She's incompetent. She's as bad as Biden in a different. Look, she hasn't done an interview since this whole scam started. And say what you want. This was a coup. This was a coup of a president of the United States. He didn't want to leave, and they said we can do it the nice way, or we can do it the hard way.
Yeah, I mean, they just took him out back behind the shed and basically shot him. You know,
what they did with this guy, and I'm no fan of his, and he was a horrible president, the worst president in history. And one of the reasons he was so bad, first of all, the Israeli attack would have never happened. Russia would never have attacked Ukraine, and we'd have no inflation. And we wouldn't have had the Afghanistan mess, if you think of it. And we wouldn't have had Afghanistan. But we think of it. You take a few of those events away, and we have a different world. We would also have inflation was caused by oil.
Yeah, I think you're making an excellent point here, which is that when other countries can, that are thinking about invading or doing bad things, when they're thinking about that, they're thinking about, okay, what's the American president going to do, and do they fear the American president, or is it someone they do not respect and do not fear? And I think they would. They rightfully be. I mean, look at that the footage of the assassination. They're like, okay, President Trump is like, don't mess with me. I mean, that's like, but whereas I think people are not going to be, and they obviously have not been at all intimidated by Biden, and they certainly will not be intimidated by Kamala. And you have to really think of that in the context of global security. That if the American president is someone that, like, evil dictators are scared of, that makes a huge difference to the security of the world.
So I had a good relationship with Putin, despite the Russia hoax that lasted for over 2 years. Just a hoax created by Hillary Clinton and Adam Shifty Schiff, some just bad people, just sick people, frankly. I mean, Schiff is a sick person. He's going to end up probably being a senator. It's hard to believe. The whole thing is hard to believe. But, they put our country in danger with that stuff, too. They actually, when they make up stories, and you have to fight your way out of it for a long time. But I know Putin very well. I got along with him very well. He respected me, and it's just one of those things. And we would talk a lot about Ukraine. It was the apple of his eye. But I said, don't ever do it. Don't ever do it. You know, I shut down Nord Stream 2. That was the big oil pipeline, the biggest, I think, the biggest pipeline in the world going all over Europe. I shut it down. Biden came, and then they say, I loved Russia. I was a friend of Putin, and I loved Russia. No. He actually said to me one time, he said, if you're my friend, I'd hate to see you as an enemy. I shut down his pipeline, the biggest pipeline. They were looking at that to fund. And this pathetic president gets in there. And the first thing he did, one of the early things he did is he shut down Keystone XL pipeline, which is our pipeline that would have employed 48,000 people, pipeline workers, shuts it down. That was, a massive job that Obama refused to allow. I allowed it in my first week because it was jobs and it moved oil. And by the way, in a much more environmentally friendly way. It's underground. It's not a truck that catches on fire or a train that catches on fire. But think of it. He shut down the XL pipeline, the Keystone XL pipeline. He shuts that down and he approves the Russian pipeline.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. It's inconsistent. Certainly, but I mean, I think it's just worth emphasizing to listeners the immense importance of whether the United States president is intimidating or not intimidating, and how much that matters to global security. Because there's some real tough characters out there, and if they don't think the American president is tough, they will do what they want to do.
I know every one of them.
And that puts the whole world in danger.
Elon, I know every one of them, and I know them well. I know Putin, I know President Xi, I know Kim Jong-un of North Korea. I know every one of them. And let me tell you, people will say, oh, this is terrible. He said, I'm not saying anything good or bad. They're at the top of their game. They're tough, they're smart, they're vicious, and they're going to protect their country, whether they love their country. They probably do. It's just a different form of love, but they're going to protect their country. But these are tough people at the top of their game. And when they see a Kamala or when they see Biden, Sleepy Joe, they can't even believe it. They can't believe this happened. All the stuff that you're seeing now, all the horror that you look at Israel, they're all waiting for an attack from Iran. Iran would not be attacking, believe me. You know, when I was there, and I say it with respect, because I think we would have been good with Iran. I don't want to do anything bad to Iran, but they knew not to mess around. Iran was broke because I told China, if you buy from Iran oil, it's all about the oil. That's where the money is. But if you buy oil from Iran, you're not going to do any business with the United States. And I meant it. And they said, we'll pass. They didn't buy oil. Other countries, likewise. You want to buy, you're not doing business with the United States. And they were at a point where they had no money for Hamas, they had no money for Hezbollah, they had no money for any of these instruments of terror, and it was amazing. In fact, there were articles when I was leaving, which is hard to believe, actually, especially when you look at what's happened to our country. Our country is so bad right now. It's such a different place. We were respected. Think of it. 4 years ago, we were so respected to a point where when I said don't buy oil, they didn't buy oil, but they had no money, and Israel would have never been attacked. Zero chance. And again, I said to Vladimir Putin, I said, don't do it. You can't do it, Vladimir. You do it, it's going to be a bad day. You cannot do it. And I told him things that what I do, and he said, no way. And I said, way. And you know, it's the last time we ever had the conversation. He would never have done. I got along well with him. I hope to get along well with him again. You know, getting along well with them is a good thing, not a bad thing. I got along well with Kim Jong-un. When I met with President Obama just before entering, you know, it's a sort of a ritual. And I sat down with him and we talked. It was supposed to be for a very short period of time. It turned out to be a long period of time. I said, what's the biggest problem? He said, North Korea. I had that problem worked out very quickly. It was nasty at the beginning with Rocket Man and, you know, all the different things. But all of a sudden I got a call.
Those were some epic tweets, by the way.
Yeah, they were. They were epic. Everything. He said that he has a red button on his desk. I said, I have a red button on my desk too, but my red button is much bigger, and my red button works. And then I called him Little Rocket Man of Little Rocket Man. Anyway, here's the bottom line. All of a sudden I got a call from him. And they said they want to meet. They want to meet me. And we met, as you remember, we met in Singapore. We met also in Vietnam. and I got along with him great. We were in no danger. But President Obama, thought we were going to end up in a war, a nuclear war with him. And let me tell you, he's got a lot of nuclear stuff too.
Exactly.
He's got plenty of nuclear. He can do plenty of damage.
Yes, I mean it's because people
North Korea?
Kim Jong-un, they
Really?
respond to strength, not weakness.
Well, he and I had a good relationship. Remember I met him and we walked onto his land. Nobody ever walked onto his land before. I walked onto. I wouldn't say let's bring up Secret Service.
Dennis
again.
Rodman
I wouldn't say
did.
they were thrilled when I did that. I walked onto his land, and it was an amazing period. But we were not in danger with him because of me. I always say that we have enemies on the outside and we have enemies on the inside. We have some really bad people in our government and people that are controlling of the people. I mean, I'd mention names, but I really don't want to give them the credit. But we have some really bad, and I say they're more dangerous than Russia and China. If you have a smart president, a president that gets it, we are not in danger from those countries because they need us and they need our help. I mean, we forced Obama, if you think about it, Obama and Biden, and Bush to a certain extent, in all fairness, forced Russia and China together. And if you're a history student, the first thing you learn is you cannot let Russia and China align. But then they also got, if you take a look, Iran, and they have North Korea. That's, they call it the axis of evil. In the old days, you had the axis of evil. Here we have a modern-day axis of evil. These are powerful countries, very heavy nuclear, which is the biggest threat. The biggest threat is not global warming, where the ocean's going to rise 1/8 of an inch over the next 400 years. And you'll have more oceanfront property, right? The biggest threat is not that. The biggest threat is nuclear warming. Because we have 5 countries now that have significant nuclear power.
We'll have the same amount of oceanfront property. It'll just be different. It'll be more.
Anything to happen with stupid people like Biden. Biden did something with Russia. There was no chance of him ever going in. And when I left, and then after I left, they started forming big armies on the border with Ukraine, right? And I looked at that, and I thought he was doing that because Putin's a good negotiator. I thought he was doing that to negotiate. But then Biden started saying such stupid things. For instance, he said that it can be a NATO country. Now, Russia, for as long as there's been NATO, has said we're never going to agree to that. And we go right up front and say that. And we did things and said things through this president with a low IQ, very low IQ. He had a low IQ 30 years ago, by the way, but now he might not even have a IQ at all. There's nothing on the board that goes this low. He said things that were so stupid that war had zero chance of happening if I were there. Zero chance. He was saying everything the opposite. And it's so sad because many more people have been killed in Ukraine than you read about. You don't read about how bloody it is and how disastrous. Hey, look, just in the 2 armies, you lost 500,000 people. And Ukraine's having a hard time. Ukraine, I don't know if you saw the article recently, and it's true. You don't hear the true story. But if you think about it, Russia's gone, Russia defeated Germany with us. And they defeated Napoleon. They've been around a long time. They're a big fighting force. And it's very unfair. And Ukraine now doesn't have enough men. They're now using young men and very old men to fight. And we're in a very bad position. And I'm not going to blame exclusively, but I can tell you I could have stopped that. And a smart president could have stopped that. It wouldn't have happened. But we had a man that actually made it. It made it more prevalent. It was so bad. The words that he was using, the stupid threats coming from a stupid face that he was using. I said, this guy's going to cause us a war. He's going to cause us. And let me tell you, it can lead to World War III. That can lead to World War III. The Middle East can lead to. We have numerous places that could end up in a World War III right now for no reason whatsoever.
I think you're right. I think people underrate the risk of World War III, and it's just when you're looking at the risk of global thermonuclear warfare, it's game over for humanity. And it's something that people have, I think, after the end of the Cold War, people have become complacent about, but they actually have forgotten that there are currently a lot of nuclear missiles that have targeting parameters for the United States from other
100%.
countries.
And one of the things we're going to do is we're going to build an Iron Dome over us. Israel has it. We're going to have the best Iron Dome in the world. We need it, and we're going to make it all in the United States. But we're going to have protection, because it just takes one maniac to start something. We're going to have protection, and we're going to have. Why shouldn't we have an Iron Dome? Israel has one. Some other places have one that nobody even knows about, frankly. But Israel has it. We're going to have an Iron Dome. But, with all of that being said, to me, that's so important, the most important. But with all of that being said, the election's coming up, and the people want to hear about the economy and the fact that they can't buy groceries because they don't have enough money to buy groceries. The inflation has killed them. Food prices are up 50, 60, even 100% in some cases. And this stupid administration allowed this to happen, and it's a shame. And that's the thing that people most care about, in my opinion. They care about the border a lot. And we discussed the border at great length. And it's nice to have a forum like this where I can discuss something at length. Hey, by the way, you think Biden could do this interview? Do you think that Kamala could do this interview? They would take a pass on you.
No, they could not.
So they don't need Elon. They don't need Elon screaming out questions. It's pretty sad when you think that somebody that does this for a living can't answer a question or is afraid to do an interview. And in her case, with a very friendly interview, she's got all friendly interviewers. It's pretty sad.
Yes, absolutely.
But the big thing now is the economy, Elon. And as much as I mean, I view nuclear as the single most important thing, but a lot of people don't understand that. But it doesn't have to. If I understand it, that's all you need. Because if I was president, you're not going to have that kind of a problem. But the thing that they really is making them angry is what Kamala and Biden have allowed to happen to the economy. It's a disaster with inflation. The inflation, it doesn't matter what you make. The inflation has eaten you alive. If you're a worker or if you're just a middle-income person, you can't afford. 4 years ago, 5 years ago, people were saving a lot of money. Today, they're using all their money and borrowing money just to live. It's a horrible thing that's happening, and we'll end that quickly.
Well, I think a lot of a lot of people just don't understand where inflation comes from. Inflation comes from government overspending because the checks never bounce when it's written by the government. So if the government spends far more than it brings in, that increases the money supply, and if the money supply increases faster than the rate of goods and services, that's inflation. So really, we need to have we need to reduce our government spending, and we need to re-examine. I think we need like a government efficiency commission to say like, hey, where are we spending money that's sensible? Where is it not sensible? And we need to live within our means. We're currently adding, I think, $1 trillion to the deficit roughly every 100 days.
That's right.
And the interest payments on the national debt have now exceeded the defense budget. It's on the order of $1 trillion.
It's interest,
and it keeps growing.
I rebuilt our military, largely rebuilt our military. Did a great job on it, which was so important. We had jets, we had fighters that were, and bombers that were 70 years old, and we did a great job in that. Then we, by the way, we gave 85 billion of it back to Afghanistan, if you can believe it. We gave them 85 billion. They're one of the largest sellers of military equipment in the world. They're selling what we gave them. That was one of the most embarrassing days in the history of our country. But if you think about, let's go back to the economy. We have to bring energy prices down. Energy started at the price of gasoline. Now, your cars don't require too much gasoline, so you have a good, and you do make a great product, I have to say. I have to be honest with you. That doesn't mean everybody should have an electric car, but these are minor details. But your product is incredible.
I lost viewers because they couldn't see this.
Is the cost of energy, not only gasoline, it's the cost of heating your house and cooling your house. That
I can't remember now.
It's gone up 100%, 150, and 200%, and that has to come down. When that comes down, and we're going to drill, baby, drill. They stopped drilling, and then they went back to drilling because they went back to the Trump policy. But if they won the day after they get into office, this country will go out of business because they're going to go to an energy policy that's not sustainable. Wind and different things. You're not going to have anything.
Yeah.
And I know you're a big fan of the AI, and I have to say that AI, and this is shocking to me, but AI requires twice the energy that the country already produces for everything. So you're going to have to build. We're going to have to build a lot of energy if our country will be competitive.
Yeah, a lot
with
of crypto
China,
miners
because that's
actually
our
using their
primary
GPUs for
competitor
that,
this, on the AI.
loaning
You're going to need a
their
lot of
GPU energy
You're going to need
to
tremendous
AI
electricity,
farms, and that takes
almost
electricity.
double what we produce now for the whole country, if you can believe it.
Sure. Well, just going, back to this, like this basic thing which that people try to make it sound complicated, but it's not. But inflation is caused by government overspending. Would you agree that we need to take a look at government spending and have perhaps a government efficiency commission that just tries to make the spending sensible and so the country lives within its means, just like a person
The
does?
waste is incredible, and nobody negotiates prices. You used to have a lot of people making jets, and you end up with two companies.
Yeah,
and
dude,
they'll probably
I agree.
try and merge at some
There's
point.
much more government waste than there used to be.
I went through it. Like Air Force, just a thing like Air Force One. One of the first documents they asked me to sign, a general walks in, "Sir, would you please sign this document?" And what is it? Air Force One. That's with Boeing, which is basically two planes, two 747s. And the price was $5.7 billion for two planes. Now, now they're highly sophisticated.
That's insane.
They're even nicer than your plane, okay? But much more sophisticated. They're very, I won't say what's on it, but they got a lot of stuff on it. Anyway, but it's 5.7.
That's a crazy number.
It's a crazy number. But I said, I'm not going to pay 5.7. I'm not going to do it. I said, who made the deal? Obama and his people. I said, well, then I know the deal's no good. I'm not going to do it. And over a course of about 4 weeks, by my saying I'm not going to do it, I got the price reduced by $1.6 billion for the exact same plane, other than we had a nicer paint job, if you want to know the truth. But for the exact same plane, I saved one. And I said to Boeing, man, you guys must make a lot of money.
It was only $1 billion less.
But now what I do hear is that they're going back to the Biden
It was on that
administration
thing.
and wanting big cost overruns, because they see these dopey suckers in there, and they'll end up getting some of the money back. But I shaved it by $1.6 billion for the exact same plane. And you can now take that and multiply that out times thousands of other items.
Multiply it by a
the
zillion.
numbers are
And,
astronomical. I agree with you.
Well, I mean, it
used to be lowest bidder got the
I think
job.
it would be great to just have a government efficiency commission that takes a look at these things and just ensures that the taxpayer money, the taxpayers' hard-earned money, is spent in a good way. And I'd be happy to help out on such a commission.
I'd love
if it were formed.
Well, you're the greatest cutter. I mean, I look at what you do. You walk in and you just say, you want to quit? They go on strike. I won't mention the name of the company, but they go on strike, and you say, that's okay, you're all gone. You're all gone. So every one of you is gone, and you are the greatest. You would be very good. Oh, you would love it. But, if you look at Argentina.
Well, I'd be happy to help
by the way,
out.
congratulations. I just looked at the number of people that are listening to you and I chat. We'll call it a chat. But congratulations. This is very good. I mean, it's great. And you're an interesting character. The new head of a place called Argentina, and he's a big, he's great. And he's a big MAGA fan, that he ran on MAGA. And he took it to an extreme, too. He ran on MAGA, and I hear he's doing really a terrific job. It's called Make Argentina Great Again. It worked out perfectly. He came in, he bought a lot of hats, he brought everything. But he's doing a big job. He really cut. And I'm hearing they're starting to do pretty well. Inflation's getting down. They had like 2,000%. And they had inflation like not normal inflation. They had the real deal. But we're going to have that pretty soon. I think we have the worst inflation we've had in 100 years. They say it's 48 years. I don't believe it. I think we have the worst. They don't include a lot of the items that should be included,
Yeah, well, it's just from government overspending and not spending taxpayer money effectively, and having just so many departments you can't even name them all, and what Milei is doing is you know, he's cutting government spending. He's simplifying things. He's putting in regulations that make sense. And Argentina overnight is experiencing a giant improvement in prosperity. But it's also a lesson for the United States, which is that Argentina used to be one of the most prosperous countries in the world. In the 30s, 40s, and because of bad government policy, it ruined the country. And if you take Venezuela, for example, Venezuela should be incredibly prosperous. They have phenomenal reserves of everything, oil, everything, and it should be prosperous. But if the government's wrong, it impoverishes the people. And so I think we should not be complacent in the United States in thinking that and taking our prosperity for granted, because if with bad government policy, we can run the country into the ground. And that's just something people should bear in mind. Don't take prosperity for granted.
Well, think of education. So we're ranked at the bottom of every list of the top 40. We're ranked number 40, number 38. Norway, Switzerland, Sweden, different countries are ranked good. Actually, China's pretty close to the top. They're a top 6 or 7. But we're ranked at the bottom, almost at the bottom, 38, 39, 40. In other words, horrible. And yet we spend more per pupil than any other country in the world. So we spend more. And what I'm going to do, one of the first acts, and this is where I need an Elon Musk. I need somebody that has a lot of strength and courage and smarts. I want to close up Department of Education, move education back to the states, where states like Iowa, where states like Idaho, not every state will do great. Because states that basically aren't doing good now, you look at Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, he's terrible. He does a terrible job. So he's not going to do great with education. But of the 50, I would bet that 35 would do great. And 15 of them, or 20 of them, will be as good as Norway. Norway is considered great. You can name them. I mean, they're so good. Some of these countries are so good. But if you go into some of these really well-run states, we have states that don't know what debt is. We have states that have low taxes, no debt, everybody working. They're really well-run. Sure. And maybe they have certain advantages in terms of location, in terms of, the land or the sun. The sun and the water and the whole thing. There are a lot of advantages that some people have. But if you moved education back to the 50, you'll have some that won't do well, but they'll actually be forced to do better because it'll be a pretty bad situation. But if you think about it, you'll have some of these states. I'll bet you'd have 30, 35 states. It'll be much better. And you know what it'll cost? Less than half what it is in Washington. And these people don't care about the students in these, faraway states, and it'd be unbelievable.
Yeah, I think you're making a good point in that.
That's a yes.
If the states have to, if each state has to compete against other states, then people will naturally move to states where it's better.
Well, like California, as we said, it's a badly run state. I could go through. I got so many friends that are in those states, even if they're Democrats. I hate to mention certain states, but Illinois is badly run with Pritzker. He's a real loser. But some of these places are just badly run. But it's almost going to force them to run better, and they won't do a good initially. But you're not going to do worse than you're doing right now. And I would say that the cost, you would cut your cost by 50 or 60%. And you'd have a little monitor. You want to make sure they're teaching English as an example. Give us a little English, right?
Sure. Right. Yeah. No, I mean, too much. I mean, some of these governors are doing so badly. I mean, they got so many people moving out of their state. They should get U-Haul Salesman of the Year award because they're driving so much U-Haul.
It's actually amazing.
It's just people moving out.
Isn't it amazing to you as a businessman that they can even survive? Like Illinois. So many people are leaving, and you wonder, how do they survive? I mean, how do they survive? I saw where you left California, and you moved to Texas. Texas does a great job. But, I mean, I just wonder, how do these states survive when big businesses, a big oil company just left California, as you know, and they moved to Texas. How do these big states survive when they lose so many businesses? and their taxes are already really high. You know, the taxes are among the highest taxes. You almost wonder, how do they continue on? And in many cases, the governors don't do a good job in their crime-ridden places. You wonder, how do they continue to just go on? It's not a good situation.
I mean, I think the only thing that's going to force some of these states to change is if they risk bankruptcy and they're not getting bailed out by the federal government.
Right. Well,
That's the only thing that's going to get them to change.
You remember the area in California where they had that, where I guess somebody had sticky fingers and they stole a lot of money, and they went into a form of chapter, and it was very nasty for a period of time. But now it's probably the most popular place in all of California. So you know, at some point, something like that may have to happen. But the problem is, you can't penalize people that loan money to the state when you have incompetent people like a Pritzker. Look, the family didn't want him in the family business, and then he ends up being governor of Illinois. So you know what? Is he going to be a great governor? And you know, you have people. I could name every one of them. I got to know every one of these, and some are very good, and some are just horrible.
Well, I think that, I mean, the larger point here, too, you know, as you're saying, like a lot of people are concerned about the economy, a lot of people are concerned about inflation, and inflation is effectively a tax on people that save money, and for people that are working day to day, it's just a form of taxation, and if we can solve the government spending problem, we'll solve the inflation problem, which means people will have a better standard of living, and that's a really big deal.
Well, the people that got hurt worst are the people that did it the way they were taught to do it all through, you know, their younger life and their young life and their whole life. The people that saved money, and then they got no interest on their money, and inflation destroyed them. And frankly, they were almost better off if they didn't do anything like that. I mean, those people have been absolutely decimated, and we're going to bring those people back and help those people. We've got to get the prices down. You know, when I look at bacon costing 4 or 5 times more than it did a few years ago. When you look at some of the food products in grocery stores, people go, they can't believe it. They used to be able to buy a whole cart, and today, you know, a lot of people just don't have the money. They go in and they can't buy anything. They look at it's sticker shock. They call it sticker shock, right?
I think it really just comes, like I said, I think it just comes down to really, I guess, two things, which is that if you solve government overspending, you solve inflation, which improves living standards of the average person, and then if you deregulate, like have sensible regulations, so because a lot of the regulations are nonsensical and cause the cost to be extreme for no reason, but unless you've got effective deregulation, like Reagan did a great job on deregulation in the 80s, but it's been 40 years since we had anyone really. I mean, during your administration, we made some progress, but I think there's an opportunity to make, I think, radical progress with sensible regulation. Elon, those two things, those are the big deals.
We set a record. We did more deregulation and more restrictions on all of the different businesses than any other president. Remember, I had the rule for everyone we put in, you have to get rid of 10 or 12. And we did radical cuts on all of that. And a lot of that's being put back by this administration. And we did radical cuts on things that weren't necessary. But we were all set. You know, we had the best economy ever maybe in the world. And then what happened is COVID came in, and we had to focus on that, and nobody knew what it was. And I always say I got good marks on economy, good marks on military. We knocked out ISIS. We did so many different things. We rebuilt. But, you know, I never got the credit that we really deserved on what we did with COVID. We never got the credit. But had that not happened, a gift from China, from Wuhan, came in from Wuhan, the Wuhan labs, and I always said it, and it turned out to be right. But had that not happened, we were set to start reducing debt. We were going to reduce taxes further. I gave the largest tax cuts, and we were going to reduce taxes still further for middle-income people, not only businesses. But we did it for businesses because they're the ones that's why we had the great job numbers. But we were set to really start reducing debt. And, you know, we're sitting on the biggest pile of liquid gold anywhere in the world, bigger than Saudi Arabia, bigger than Russia. And we were going to drill, and we were going to make so much money. We were going to supply Europe with oil I had stopped the Russian pipeline, and we were going to supply them with oil and gas. We were going to make a fortune, and then the COVID came in, and we really had to divert. Then what happened is when they came in, we kept a lot of businesses alive. If I didn't do what we did, we would have had a 1929 type depression. But the problem is when Biden came in, he got trillions of dollars and just started spending it stupidly. You didn't need it anymore. We got over that bad period where everybody was dying and feeling, it was just not a good period. Interestingly, during his administration, many more people died during his administration of COVID than during my administration, and we really got the brunt of it. But people don't realize more people died during his administration than ours. But it diverted us from doing what I wanted to do. But we had the greatest for, almost 3 years. We had the great, and you know that probably better than anybody. So many of your friends said to me, the best years we've ever had in business were during the Trump years. And also said that African American, Hispanic American were so incredible. They were having the best. Asian American women, men, young people without a diploma, young people that graduated from the best colleges, from MIT, from the Wharton School, from all of the great colleges, Harvard. They were doing better, and people without a diploma were doing better, and everybody was happy. And then COVID came, and we had the problem is they spent trillions and trillions of dollars. They wasted. They shouldn't have taken any
This isn't
money,
very
and we
much of
wouldn't
a
be
conversation,
having
is it?
inflation right now, which is killing our country.
It's more like his campaign trail.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I should probably say something about maybe my views on climate change and oil and gas, because I think I'm probably different from what most people would assume, because my views are actually pretty, I think, moderate in this regard, which is that I don't think we should vilify the oil and gas industry and the people that have worked very hard in those industries to provide the necessary energy to support the economy. And if we were to stop using oil and gas right now, we would all be starving and the economy would collapse. So it's, I don't think it's right to sort of vilify the oil and gas industry, and the world has a certain demand for oil and gas, and it's probably better if the United States provides that than some other countries, and it would help with prosperity in the U.S. And at the same time, obviously, my view is like we do over time want to move to a sustainable energy economy, because eventually you do run out of. I mean, you run out of oil and gas. It's not there for. It's not infinite. And there is some risk. I think it's not. The risk is not as high as a lot of people say it is with respect to global warming. But I think if you just keep increasing the parts per million in the atmosphere long enough, eventually it actually simply gets uncomfortable to breathe. People don't realize this. If you go past 1,000 parts per million of CO2, you start getting headaches and nausea. And so we're now in the sort of 400 range. We're adding, I think, about roughly 2 parts per million per year. So I mean, it still gives us. So what it means is like we still have quite a bit of time, but so there's not like we don't need to rush, and we don't need to stop farmers from farming or prevent people from having steaks or basic stuff like that. Like you can leave the farmers alone.
I agree. How crazy is that? Where you have farmers that are not allowed to farm anymore and have to get rid of their cattle, and the whole world is a little crazy. But it's largely taken its lead from us. I do say though, I've heard in terms of the fossil fuel, because even to create your electric car and create the electricity needed for the electric car, fossil fuel is what really creates that at the generating plants. And, so you sort of can't get away from it at this moment. I mean, someday you might be able to. But I do hear we have anywhere from 100 to 500 years left. Much of it hasn't even been found yet. Yeah. But there are tremendous, like Anwar. I got Anwar in Alaska approved. Ronald Reagan couldn't do it. Nobody could do it. Everybody tried. Nobody could do it. I got it approved. The first thing that Biden did was unimprove it, to get rid of it. He ended it. His secretary went in and she ended it. And what a disgrace. That's Anwar. That's bigger, or they think it could be bigger than Saudi Arabia in Alaska. Could be bigger than Saudi Arabia. But they went in and they terminated it. And I'll get it going very quickly because not only is it big for Alaska, I mean, you talk about economic development, that for the United States, I mean, that is, they say bigger than Saudi Arabia or the same size, and pure, really good stuff. And, you know, they end it. So I think we have, you know, perhaps hundreds of years left.
Oh, I say
Nobody
good
really
oil.
knows. But during that something will come around that will be very good.
Yeah. Well, I mean, my estimate would be, you know, a little more aggressive than that, but it's not the sort of like we're all going to die in 5 years stuff. That's obviously BS. But I mean, my view is like if you just look at sort of the parts per million that increments every year, you know, you get sort of 2 or 3 parts per million every year of CO2. I mean, I think some of that, it's problematic if it accelerates, if you start going from 2 or 3 to say 5. And then there may be some situations where you get just a step change increase in the CO2. And I think we don't want to get too close to 1,000 ppm because like that's actually makes it uncomfortable to breathe. Like just existing in 1,000 ppm CO2 is uncomfortable. That's like that's considered like an industrial hazard.
Right.
Just so it's, you know, that's actually, you start getting headaches and stuff. So it's even without global warming, it's not comfortable to live. So you don't want to get too close to that. But I mean, I think we want to just move over and like, and if I don't know, 50 to 100 years from now, we're I don't know, mostly sustainable. I think that'll probably be okay. So it's not like the house is on fire immediately, but I think it is something we need to move towards. And on balance, it's probably better to move there faster than slower. But like I said, without vilifying the oil and gas industry, and without causing hardship in the short term, I think this can be done. Without, you know, people can still have, you know, a stake, and they can still drive gasoline cars, and they, you know, it's okay. It's like, it's not. I don't think we should vilify people for it, but I think we should just generally lean in the direction of sustainability. I actually think solar is going to be a majority of Earth's energy generation in the future, and it's certainly trending that way. And so you get the solar power, combine that with batteries, so because obviously the sun doesn't shine at night, and then you use that to charge the electric cars, and you have a long-term sustainable solution. And you know that's what Tesla's trying to move things towards, and I think we've made a lot of progress in that regard. But when you look at our cars, we don't believe that environmentalism, that caring about the environment should mean that you have to suffer. So we make sure that our cars are beautiful, that they drive well, that they're fast, they're, you know, sexy. I mean, they're cool. In fact, literally, I mean, the sexy joke, Model S, Model 3, Model X, and Y spells out sexy. It's probably the most expensive joke out there. But I don't know, I like cheesy humor, you know. So, but I'm a big fan of like, let's have an inspiring future, and let's work towards, you know, a better future, and we can do so without demonizing people.
Right. I'm okay.
You know,
it's very interesting. You use the word global warming, and today they use the word climate change because, you know, you have some places that go up, and so they were getting themselves in a little trouble with the word global warming because not every place is warming. Some places are going the opposite direction. But you know, I'm sort of waiting for you to come up with solar panels on the roofs of your cars and on the trunks of the cars. And it just seems like something that at some point you will come up with. I'm sure you'll be the first. But it would seem that a solar panel on the roofs, you know, on flat surfaces, on certain surfaces might be good.
Yeah.
At least in certain areas of the country where you have the world where you have the sun. But I would think, and I have no idea because that's not my world, but I would think that this would be something that would be interesting. But you know, the one thing that I don't understand is that people talk about global warming or they talk about climate change, but they never talk about nuclear warming. And to me, that's an immediate problem. Because you have, as I said, 5 countries where you have major nuclear, and you know, probably some others are getting there, and that's very dangerous. That's where you need a strong American president, because you don't want to have this proliferation. But you have 5 countries and getting more. You know, China is much less than us right now, but they're going to catch us sooner than people think. They're way lower. Russia and us are number 1, and I mean, we're sort of tied. And China is far behind, but they're developing at a level that, you know, you're not surprised to hear, very fast. They'll end up catching up, maybe even surpassing. But to me, the biggest problem is not climate change. It's not, and everything's, you know, a problem, but it's degrees. To me, the big problem is the nuclear power. The power of nuclear is so great. And when I talk about I'll prevent World War III, I will. But the truth is that you have to, because this is no longer army tanks going back and forth and shooting at each other. This is a level of destruction and that nobody's ever seen before.
Yeah, and actually, there's the bad side of nuclear, which is a nuclear war, very bad side. But there's also, I think, nuclear electricity generation is underrated.
You're right.
And it's actually, you know, people have this fear of nuclear electricity generation, but it's actually one of the safest forms of electricity generation. It's just a huge misunderstanding. And if you look at the injuries and deaths, you know, caused by, say, I mean, I'm not going to try to pick on coal mining, but just any kind of mining operation, there's a certain number of injuries and deaths per year. And you compare that to nuclear. Nuclear is actually way better. So it's underrated as an electricity source, and I think it's something that's worth reconsidering. But there's so much regulation that people can't get it done. So that, you know,
maybe they'll have to change the name. The name is it's a rough name. There are some areas like when you see what happened in
bad branding.
We'll have to rebrand it. We'll have to give it a good name. We'll name it after you or something. You know, no, it has a branding problem. You know, when you see what happened,
it does have a branding problem.
When you see what happened in Japan, where they say you won't be able to go on the land for about 3,000 years. Did you ever see that? And in Russia, where they had the problem, where they, you know, there's a lot of bad things happened, and they have a problem. And they say that in 2,000 years, people will start to occupy the land again. You know, you realize it's pretty bad.
Ukraine.
You're right about it. It's amazing.
It's actually not that bad. So like after Fukushima happened in Japan,
Chernobyl.
Like people were asking me in California, you know, are we worried about like a nuclear cloud coming from Japan? I'm like, no, that's crazy. It's not even dangerous in Fukushima. I actually flew there and ate locally grown vegetables on TV to prove it. And I donated a solar water treatment, a solar powered system for a water treatment plant. And
yeah, but you haven't been feeling so well lately, and I'm worried about it.
No, but I mean,
I'm only kidding.
It's fine, you know. It's like you know, Hiroshima and Nagasaki were bombed, but now they're like full cities again. So it's really not something that, you know. So it's not as scary as people think, basically. But let's see. I mean, are there some other topics we should touch on? You know, like lawfare. I think, you know, we need to be concerned about
what they've done to this country.
Obviously.
Yeah. Well, we just won the big case in Florida. This was a Biden administration did something that's never been done in this country, and that's go after their political opponent, me, with this nonsense and just nonsense. And the big case in Florida we won.
How you doing, man?
But they always pick a judge and a jury, and they use the local DAs. They use the local attorney generals, like Fani, you know, Fani, spelled F-A-N-I, Fani. And it's all a big hoax, and it's all run from there. Like in Manhattan, one of the top people from the Justice Department went in, ran Manhattan, ran the state. The Letitia James deal was run by a person from the Department of Justice, Biden. They've never done this before, and they set up a very bad precedent. It's called lawfare, warfare. It's a terrible thing and never happened in our country. It does happen in banana republics and third world countries, but it's never happened. And the incredible thing is it actually drove my numbers up because people see, you know, fortunately I have a platform like you or, you know, in all fairness, like a conversation like this where I can talk about it and people understand. I mean, you fight for election integrity and you end up getting indicted because you're fighting for election integrity. And when the day comes that you can't fight for election integrity, you don't have a country anymore. So what happens? What happens is they went after their political opponent, me. Now Biden's, close to vegetable stage, in my opinion. Okay, I looked at him today on the beach, and I said, why would anybody allow him? The guy could barely walk. Why would anybody allow him? Does he have a political advisor that thinks this looks good? He thinks this looks good because it looks so bad, and it's ridiculous. I mean, and he's been doing that for a long time. He can't lift the chair. The chair weighs about 3 ounces. It's meant for children and old people to lift, and he can't lift it. The whole thing is crazy.
Well, he's clearly, he's clearly like, we just don't have a president right now.
You don't have a president, and she's going to be worse than him because she is a San Francisco liberal who destroyed San Francisco, and then as Attorney General, she destroyed California. You talk about location, and we're talking about the sun and the water and all. There's nothing better than California. She has destroyed that. She was the original DA. She was the original in San Francisco. She was the original Attorney General in California. What she has done to California is, well, you know better than I do. You just left California for a lot of those reasons. And what she's done with crime, with cashless bail, where you kill somebody. I mean, we have states there you kill somebody and they let you out right away. I mean, you don't have to even put up, and then they never find the people unless they kill again, and then they let them out again. Our country is becoming a very dangerous place, and she is a radical left San Francisco liberal, and now she's trying to protect. Now she's looking like she wants to be more Trump than Trump, if that's possible. I don't think it's possible, but she wants to be more Trump than Trump.
Yeah.
I want a wall. I think that's, she wants to release all the prisoners that are in detention, and some of these guys are really bad.
Right.
That just came out today. She doesn't want to build the wall, even though the walls work. Walls and wheels. In your business, everything you do is obsolete, almost, well, not the tunnels, but everything is obsolete. Even your rocket ships, they're like a month later, they're obsolete. You find a better way to. The only thing that's not obsolete is a wall and a wheel. And the wall, I built hundreds of miles of wall, and that's why we had such good numbers. I was going to add 200 miles. We bought it. We could have flipped it up in 3 weeks, and they sold it for 5 cents on the dollar. That meant, I said, wow, that means that they actually do want to have open borders. She wants to have open borders, and now she's going like she's tough on the border. It's such a lie.
Yeah, this is simply not true. This is simply not true.
And everybody knows it's not true. It's a disgrace that she can say it.
No, I mean, obviously, what's happening sort of overnight is they're rewriting history and making Kamala sound like a moderate when in fact she is far left, like far left.
Worse than Bernie Sanders. She is considered more liberal by far than Bernie Sanders. She's a radical left lunatic, and if she's going to be our president, very quickly, you're not going to have a country anymore. And she'll go back to all of the things that she believes in. She believes in defunding the police. She believes in no fracking, zero. Now all of a sudden she's saying, no, I really want to see fracking. If they got in, the day she got in, she'll end fracking. And by the way, if people didn't think that, the lunatics that really believe in that, they won't vote for her. Like the Palestinians and Israel. She is so anti-Israel, and she's bad for both. Biden actually did something that was impossible. Both sides hate him, both sides. That was a hard thing to do, unification.
Yeah, no. I mean, Netanyahu came to give a talk to a joint Senate and House sitting, and I was there, and Kamala stood him up. What does that say?
I think it's highly disrespectful. And I say, if you're a Jewish person or if you believe in Israel, if you're a person that, is very pro-Israel, if you vote for her, it's worse than Biden. And Biden was bad. But if you vote for her, you ought to have your head examined. And you see tonight, I mean, as we're doing this, I'm seeing reports coming that they expect an attack tonight or tomorrow from hundreds and maybe thousands of rockets. Their Iron Dome, as they call it, as we all call it, but their shield that they build, that can be swamped. we'll use a term that's appropriate, swamped. But they swamp it by shooting enough missiles. You know this better than anybody. By shooting enough missiles, they can't defend themselves. You know, they just obliterate the whole place. And that's what some people think they're looking to do. And we have no leadership. There's no respect for the United States of America with these people. And I'm telling you, she'll be worse than him because she's a believer in being radical left, and he wasn't.
I think you're right. I mean, it's important for the public that may be listening to this to look at Kamala's track record, before the last month, and say, is that a track record you agree with? And I think if you're an independent moderate, you definitely would not agree with it, because it is her behavior has been far left, and we're seeing just an overnight propaganda attempt to rewrite history and make it sound like Kamala's moderate when she in fact is not moderate.
Well, her running mate signed into legislation, tampons in boys' bathrooms. Okay. Now, that's all I have to hear. Tampons in boys' bathrooms. And that means she believes in that, too. I mean, she picked this guy because he was the closest to her. A lot of people thought she'd pick sort of the opposite, but she picked an anti-Israel, radical left person. But she is far worse, they say, than Bernie Sanders. If we have her as a president, if we have a Democrat at this moment as the president, I don't think our country can survive.
I think it's a massive. I think we're in massive trouble, frankly, with the Kamala administration, and that's my honest opinion. And I think really it's essential that you win for the good of the country for this election. And I mean I'm just stating my opinion. Now you may have seen this, but I got a letter from the EU Commission, saying, to not have disinformation on during this discussion that we're having, and there's a lot of attempts to do censorship and to force censorship even on Americans from other countries, and what do you think about that?
Well, I know the European Union very well. They take great advantage of the United States in trade, as you know. We, through a different forum, NATO, we protect them, and yet if you build a car in the United States, you can't sell it in Europe. You just can't sell it. It's impossible. The same thing with our farmers. Our farmers find it very difficult to do business. We have a deficit with them of $250 billion, which people don't know. It sounds so nice, the European Union, but let me tell you, they're not as tough as China, but they're bad, and I let them know it. And that's probably why they notified you. No, they don't treat our country well. We defend them, with Ukraine. So we're in for $250 billion, and they're in for about $71 billion, and they have the same size. If you add up the European nations that, in terms of an economy, it's about the same size, wouldn't you say, as us? And they're in, and they're in much greater risk. They're right there. We have an ocean separating us from, in this case, the enemy would be Russia. It used to be for the Soviet Union, but let's assume they're close enough. And what happens is they're in for 70-something million. I think even less than that, billion. And we're in for about 250 billion, and it could be a lot higher than that.
It could take Alaska,
and
though.
I say, why aren't you going to equalize? Why
NORAD
aren't they
would come into
paying
play.
what we're paying? And they're in much more, it's much more important for them because of the fact that, they're right near there. I mean, they're all sort of in that location. We're not. But they should, and I did it with NATO. There were only 7 countries that were paid up in NATO out of 28 at the time. And the United States the United States was subsidizing NATO, tremendously subsidizing NATO. And I said, I went in and I said, you got to pay up. If you don't pay up, we're not going to defend you any longer. I took a lot of heat, but you know what happened? Billions and billions of dollars came flowing in. And
I think a lot of the public isn't aware of the fact that the United States pays a disproportionate share of the NATO expenses.
And then we get taken advantage of on trade. So think about it.
Yeah, well, I mean, the point of NATO is defending Europe, and it's it's like, then okay, well, why is the United States paying disproportionately more to defend Europe than Europe? That doesn't make sense. That's unfair. And that is an appropriate thing to address.
How the hell is that happening?
Well, when you talk about cost cutting and
Let me
savings
in
and
that.
everything else, I mean, honestly, look, there's nobody that feels worse about the Ukraine situation than I do, because I know it would have never happened. I know Zelensky. He was very honorable to me, because when they went with the Russia hoax and they said I had a phone call with him, he said it was a perfect phone call. It was a great phone call. He could have grandstanded and, said, oh, he was very threatening. He said, no, it was a very nice phone call. I called him up to congratulate him on his win, and you end up getting impeached because these people are lunatics. I was talking about the difference from the people within and the enemies on the outside. In many cases, the people from within are more dangerous for our country than the Russias and the Chinas. If you have a smart president, you're not going to have a problem with them. You're going to do things.
Yeah.
Now, they've taken advantage of us incredibly, but you're going to do things with the right person.
Yeah, well, I think it's obvious that you're a believer and an advocate of free speech, because during your first term as president, you were attacked relentlessly every day, often very unfairly with false attacks, and you didn't try to shut down the media. You didn't try to inhibit their freedom of speech, and I think that says a lot.
Well, the good thing is that you and I have, and some people, very few, we can get the word out. Although sometimes it's hard because they don't want to print it, like we're having a great conversation right now. Kamala wouldn't have this conversation. She can't, because she's not smart. She's not a smart person, by the way. She can't have this conversation. And Biden, we don't even have to talk about it. I mean, he couldn't have this conversation. He would have given up on the first half of a question. He would have walked out. He would have said, where am I? Where am I going? So anyway, but no, he wouldn't have this.
That's true.
Not a lot of people would have this conversation, but, we cover a lot of territory. But the beauty is that, we can have a conversation, and I'm able to get it out without, because I get treated unfairly.
This is a really big point. You can actually have a conversation with you.
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it?
And you can't have a conversation with Biden or Kamala. It's like it's not possible.
That's true.
So this is like talking to an NPC. No. So it's just impossible.
Well, but think of it. We need a man or person who's unbelievably sharp in order to stop all the nuclear danger and all the dangers that I'm talking about. And I got along with all these. I got along with Kim Jong-un. We had dinner. We had everything. And he really liked me, and I got along with him really well. By the way, he's the absolute boss over there. A lot of people said, oh, do you think he really?
Yeah, that's for sure.
Let me tell you, I saw things that you don't want to know about. He is the boss. But we had a good relationship. And he doesn't like Biden. He considers him a stupid man, he said. He's a stupid man. Well, at least he speaks his mind. But, in this country, you're not sort of allowed to say it, but I guess you are. You should be allowed to say it if it's true. But we need smart people, and we need people that have an ability to lead. And she doesn't have that ability. Can you imagine? Now, Chairman Xi very well. Can you imagine her and him negotiating, or even standing together? It is, the whole concept is ridiculous. She is terrible. She's terrible. But she's getting a free ride. I saw a picture of her on Time Magazine today. She looks like the most beautiful actress ever to live. It was a drawing. And actually, she looked very much like our great First Lady, Melania. She didn't look like Camilla. That's right. But of course, she's a beautiful woman. So we'll leave it at that, right?
Yeah, well, maybe it's I think part of what people in America want to feel excited and inspired about the future. They want to feel like the future is going to be better than the past, and that America is going to do things that are greater than we've done in the past, reach new heights that make you proud to be an American, and excited about the future.
They want the American dream back. They want the American dream back. More important than anything else, it's like you don't have that today, because the people, they've been just sucked. They see incompetent people running our, the Biden thing is very interesting. People just found him to be incompetent. And when I debated him, I was like, is this for real? It was.
Yeah, it was just absurd. But I think there are like some grand projects that we could do. I mean, I think like we could build a base on the moon. We could send American astronauts to Mars. We could build high speed connections that are more advanced than anything else in the world between our cities, so people have fast transport. It's possible to solve traffic with tunnels.
Right.
We already made great progress in Vegas doing that, and and just do things that are exciting and inspiring and make the future feel like it's better than the past.
Well, I saw what you did in Vegas, and I'll tell you, it was amazing. I got to see. I took a big glimpse at it, and it's incredible. It's incredible, and you could do that all over. You could do that all over. It's deep.
Yeah.
You don't even need much structure, assuming you're in the right areas.
No, it's straightforward.
It's amazing.
I think we could do some things that like China's got incredible high-speed rail between its cities, but I think it's actually possible with tunnels if with deregulation, with an ability to actually, where it's like legal to actually do the tunnels, then you could have high-speed tunnels that are actually better than anything else in the world for high-speed transport between cities, and that would be something that Americans can say, "Wow, okay, we've got something that's cooler than anyone else in the world." That's the kind of thing that makes you proud to be an American.
And much safer than surface trains, where there is a danger there, with crazy people.
Yeah.
It's much safer, much better. And it's sad because I've seen some of the greatest trains. I find it fascinating, and I've seen the systems and how they work, and the bullet trains they call them, I guess, and they go unbelievably fast, unbelievably comfortable, with no problems. And we don't have anything like that in this country, not even close. And it doesn't make sense that we don't. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and I think also like there's, I'm kind of hopping on the excess regulation, but I think something that I think people can generally understand is that what happens with laws and regulations is that there's more and more of them every year, and unless there's a process to clean them up, eventually everything becomes illegal, and that actually it slows down the development of new technologies. I mean, if you take the sort of like, I think there's room for some reform at the FDA for improving the speed with which we approve drugs that could help save lives and improve people's lives. And
I worked very hard on that. We got that down to the lowest number ever, and we got therapeutics approved in the FDA that people can't even believe the speed. But I took them on. I don't think they like me too much, but I got things approved in the FDA at numbers that they wouldn't believe. And it's a very bureaucratic group. Actually, it's a fine group of people in many cases. I got to know a lot of them, but I was pushing them really hard for Regeneron, for so many different things that were really pretty amazing. But the FDA takes too long. It's 12 years to get a product approved. I got it down to 4, and I got some things done very quickly. But it's really something that is going to have to be worked on because it takes too long. Just takes too long.
Yeah, it just takes too long, and you end up in the same with the approval, but it just it takes years instead of something that I think could potentially take months, and that improves people's lives. I think. I just wanted to sort of hop on this point that like there has to be an active process for reducing rules and regulations, because otherwise they just keep building up every year, and you get like hardening of the arteries, and eventually everything's illegal or takes forever, and then we just ossify as a society. We can't make any progress, and it's a really big deal.
Well, Elon, just getting back to the FDA for 1 second, I got something done called Right to Try. This is where you can go in, and if you're terminally ill, you can use a space-age, medicine or whatever it may be. We have the best doctors, the best labs in the world. We really do. But people would go to other countries because you couldn't use the product, even if they thought it worked, because it's going through the FDA. I got it approved where you can, you basically, look, nobody wanted it. The doctors didn't want it because of the liability. The country didn't want it, our country, because they didn't want to get sued. These are people terminally ill. The insurance companies didn't want it, and the pharmaceutical companies, nobody wanted it. I got everybody into a room, and we came up with an agreement that you won't get sued. And also, they didn't want it on their record. If somebody's terminally ill and they die after taking a drug, they didn't want that on their record. So we set a separate list. If somebody was, so it wouldn't count as a negative. Okay. And as you know, we got it done. We have saved right to try. They've been trying to get this done for 58 years, and it sounds simple, but it wasn't, because of, I mean, the insurance companies, nobody wanted it, but we got it done. Somebody you sign a document that you're not going to sue the insurance companies, the country, you're not going to sue anybody. And we got it done, and we're saving tens of thousands of lives. Right to try. Hopefully you never need it. But if you do, you don't have to travel to Asia. People, if they had money, they go to Asia, they go to Europe. If they don't have money, they go home and die. That's what happened. They'd go home and die.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and actually, to give Europe some props here, it's like if a drug is approved in Europe, which has a crazy amount of regulations, it should obviously be approved in the U.S. Yeah. I mean, they got more regulations than we do. So why would a drug be approved in Europe and not in the U.S.? That's crazy.
Well, we did it. We did something that really, they've been trying to do it for 50 years, and they just couldn't get it done, and I got it done. And it's really something. But you're right. Some people go to Europe because a drug isn't approved here, but it's approved in Europe. And it's a drug that, generally speaking, would work. It's pretty crazy.
Absolutely.
You're right.
And I think so long as people are properly informed of the pros and cons, and like these are the risks, these are the risk, and like you make your own decision. That makes sense.
Well, I think just, in sort of closing up, and by the way, I'm looking at the numbers. You got a lot of people listening. I hope you don't get nervous, because you got a lot of people listening to you right now, like 60 million or something. What is that number? That's crazy. It's amazing how you can see that right away. How many? What is the number? Wow. What is it?
Well,
wow.
I think in terms of people,
that's bigger than you said. You said 25, and you're much more than double that number, 25 million. I think you're going to be 60 or 70. And I guess over a period of time, hey, I congratulate you. Do I get paid for this or not?
Well, I think actually in terms of the number of people that will hear this conversation over the next few days to weeks, it's going to be hundreds.
That's what they say. Yeah, that's good. Well, look, it's an honor. Yeah, I just
asked this.
Are you better off now or you better off when I was president? Nobody's better off now. People, we put out polls
free
on that,
publicity,
and nobody's better off now. Inflation has killed it, and they also feel very unsafe. You look at what's going on with a lot of different things. You look at the riots we had at the colleges over, I mean, it's ridiculous, but all of the riots, they just feel unsafe. And now they really feel unsafe because you have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. I call it Biden migrant crime. Maybe I'll call it Kamala migrant crime. But
I mean, with all these things, I always try to get to the ground truth by just asking people. And my mom lives in New York, and I was like, Mom, have any of your friends, been attacked or assaulted? And she said, yeah, 3 of her friends in 3 separate incidents were assaulted just in recent months, just walking around the streets of New York.
He will get paid for this, actually, won't he?
What happened to the people that assaulted them? Oh, nothing.
Banged for this stream. Like it's all on Trump's channel. It's all his.
And they don't even bother reporting it because
he's the host.
They know that they're not going to. People are not going to get prosecuted. They just let violent criminals out in New York.
The only one that gets prosecuted is Donald Trump. They prosecute Trump.
Yeah, I mean it's just obviously messed up.
Oh, it's terrible.
If violent criminals are getting off scot-free, and meanwhile the New York spending massive resources prosecuting you, and it's like what's this and I think the sort of sensible public looks at this and says, what the heck's going on here? This is obviously abuse of the legal system. The legal system is supposed to be protecting the public from violent criminals, and it should be obviously allowing the public to make their own decision about who should be president, as opposed to some legal case.
Once they start this precedent, because this can go on with the next one. I mean, this is a very bad precedent what they're doing in terms of going after their political opponent, and that's all it is. It's going after their political opponent, and then you get a judge who's a strong Democrat, and I'm being nice when I say that, in many cases crooked as hell, but you get a judge and you go into an area where a Republican gets 3 or 4% of the vote, and you'll have a jury pool with people that hate Republicans or hate. It could also be the other way, though, because it could start the other way in areas where they hate Democrats, and you get into a Pandora's box. It's a very dangerous thing for this country, and a very dangerous thing even for the state. New York City is losing. New York City and state lose a lot of business over what they did to me, because these people say, we don't want that to happen to us. That's no justice system. You have an unfair system of justice, and it's costing New York State a tremendous amount of money. People are leaving and companies are leaving, and they won't come back. So, all of that stuff is important. But the economy now is the big thing, and we can turn that economy up so fast, and people are going to be back again. We're going to get rid of inflation.
I think there's a lot of opportunity.
Right.
Absolutely. So.
And I just want to congratulate you. You've done an amazing job. You have definitely got a fertile mind. We can talk. You and I can talk about rockets.
Well, it's kind of you to say. Thank you.
Tunnels. We can talk about tunnels and rockets and electric cars. So many things. And now you're into the AI, and that's going to be another beauty, I'll say. So it's an amazing thing you've done, Elon. It's an amazing thing, and I congratulate you.
I mean, thank you. And I just say here, here's to an exciting, inspiring future that people can look forward to and be optimistic and excited about what happens next. And that's the kind of future that I think you will bring as president, and that's why I endorse you.
Well, I appreciate that. That endorsement meant a lot to me. Not all endorsements mean that much, to be honest. Your endorsement meant a lot. And, we have a phrase, make America great again. It's pretty simple, but it really says that we want to make America great again, and we can do it. We can do it now. But if we were going to suffer another 4 years like we've suffered for the last 4 years, I'm not sure the country can ever come back. That's how bad it is. It's so bad. We have to do a lot of things.
I think that's a very real risk.
Yeah, it's a big risk.
That's a very real risk.
Yep.
And it's, I'd just like to note to people listening, like I've not been very political before, and if you look at my record, I've actually been, I'm not like, sometimes they try to paint me as like a far right guy, which is absurd, because I'm like making electric vehicles and solar and batteries, helping with the environment, and I actually I supported Obama. I stood in line for 6 hours to shake Obama's hand when he was running for president, and so it's not like I'm like some sort of dyed-in-the-wool long-term Republican. I'd call myself, historically a moderate Democrat, but now I feel like we're really at a critical juncture for the country, and I think a lot of people thought, the Biden administration would be a moderate administration, but it's not, and obviously, we're just going to see an even further left administration with Kamala. That's my honest opinion. I mean, her dad is literally. She was brought up as an actual. Her dad is a Marxist economist. You can Google it. I mean, it's not we're not making this up. That's how she was brought up. So, and we want to have a future that is prosperous. And I think we're just at this critical juncture, and I think this is a case of America is kind of at a fork in the road, and
it's true.
And I think it will take the path to, like, you are the path to prosperity, and I think Kamala is the opposite. Then that's my honest opinion. I'm gonna get attacked like crazy, and I've also experienced quite a bit of lawfare myself, but I'm just trying to tell people my honest opinion, and I haven't been really active in politics before, and I'm just trying to point out that my track record historically has been moderate, if not moderate, slightly left, and so this is to people out there who are in the moderate camp to say, I think you should support Donald Trump for president. And I think it's actually a very important junction in the road, and we're in deep trouble if it goes the other way.
Well, I want to thank you, and I actually always did think of you as somewhat left. I must say that. So it's even more of an honor to have your endorsement. I know how strong you feel about it. But, when you think of her, San Francisco 15 years ago, I had a great friend, Bob Tisch. He said it's the greatest city in America. And now it's almost not livable there. and California likewise. And she was involved in the destruction of San Francisco and the destruction of California. And she will be involved in the destruction of our country if people are so unwise as to elect her. And I hope that doesn't happen. And I hope the elections are going to be run honestly. And we're going to turn this country around. We're going to do things that, and we can do it fairly quickly. And we have to get rid of the criminals that have been, given to us by other countries as they laugh. They laugh at us. They think we're stupid to accept these people. These are radical, stone-cold killers in many cases and terrorists. And they're in our country by the hundreds of thousands.
Yeah.
And we have to take them out.
Yeah, I mean, if I could summarize it, perhaps, I think these are issues that I think most people in America would agree with, which is that we want safe and clean cities, we want secure borders, we want sensible government spending, we want to restore both the perception and reality of respect in the judicial system, stop the lawfare, and I think that's like, and how are those even right-wing positions? I think those are that's just common sense, and that's I mean, would you agree with that?
100%. I don't understand, the whole, they call it progressive. They don't like the word liberal anymore, but call it liberal or progressive. I don't understand how somebody could say that it's okay for them to empty prisons into our country. And again, I told you, their crime rates all over the world are going way down, which makes sense. In fact, the next time what we'll do is if something happens with this election, which would be a horror show, we'll meet the next time in Venezuela because it'll be a far safer place to meet than our country, okay? So we'll go, you and I will go and we'll have a meeting and dinner in Venezuela because that's what's happening. Their crime rate's coming down and our crime rate's going through the roof. And it's so simple. And you haven't seen anything yet because these people have come into our country and they're just getting acclimated. And they don't know about being politically correct law enforcement or lack of law enforcement. And our police, I have to just end with this. We have great police. We have great law enforcement, but they're not allowed to do their job. They have to be able to do their job without being destroyed.
Well, absolutely. And it's obviously demoralizing if you're a police officer risking your life to arrest violent criminals who could kill you and do kill you sometimes. And then you arrest the violent criminal, and then the DA, doesn't prosecute, and they just let the guy out. Yeah. Well, then, like, why should a police officer risk their life to arrest a violent felon?
Well, even worse, Elon,
if nothing's going to happen.
Even worse, they prosecute the police officer. They go after it, and they prosecute the police officer, and they take away his pension. They take away his job. He loses his family. He loses his house.
Well, I thought it was very telling, like incredibly telling, that when there was that case where sort of a gang of thugs beat up police officers. I think it was in Times Square in New York, and then nothing happened to those guys. They were let out, zero bail, and I think a bunch of them were given free tickets to California. Well, what is I mean, that is a gross indignity against the United States, and that's how, I mean, this is insane. Like, have we lost all pride? How can such a thing be allowed to occur?
I've never seen anything. We see where they get shot. It's a very dangerous profession, but it's something they're very proud of, and they want to be able to do their job. But I've seen them get shot. I've seen a lot of things. But I've never seen where these guys are standing in the middle of a big street, everybody watching them, and they're literally boxing, like punching, stand-up fighting a police officer. There were two of them, and you had about six of these guys, and they're punching the hell out of them. And in their own country, they would be dead if they did that. They'd be shot. They would be shot instantly. And, they come from these countries, and it's taking them a while to realize that we don't do that in this country. But in their own country, if they stood on a street and had a fight with a police officer, they would be shot. There's no political correctness. And it's such a sad, it's such a sad thing to see. And that's the reason you have crime, by the way, because we don't do anything about it.
Yeah, we just cannot have a situation where our police officers are beaten up on camera by a gang of illegal immigrants, and then nothing happens to the guys that beat up the cops. I mean, and they're let out. This is unacceptable.
Well, we're going to change it, and we're going to get them out of the country. You know, when I first got involved, they said you couldn't get them back to these countries. You couldn't take them back. In the case of Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, some others, you couldn't get them back. And I said, really? Oh, you can't get them back? Because under Obama, he couldn't get them back. They'd fly them in, and they'd put planes on the runways in these countries so you couldn't land a plane. They'd bring them back. And the generals told me, sir, we can't bring them back. The countries won't accept MS-13 gang members. They won't accept them. And I said, really, how much do we pay these various countries in terms of economic aid, which is also somewhat ridiculous? And the answer was $750 million. I said, good. Tell them they're in default. They're delinquent. We're not paying them anymore because they won't accept it. And you know what happened? They all called me, every one of them. They said, we would be honored to take them back, sir. We would be honored. It was so easy. But it's one of those things. And we got them back. We took in so many. You know, MS-13 is probably the worst gangs in the world. They're the most vicious, violent. We took them out of here by the thousands and got them out of here. And their countries took them back. And because I said, you're not getting any more economic aid. And once I said that, they were nice. They wouldn't take them back for Obama. They wouldn't take them back for anybody. And now we have a problem because we have this guy, and they don't take him back anymore with Biden because they don't respect him.
It's just gotta be done. We just can't have whether they're citizens or not citizens. We can't have, because they won't prosecute citizens either, not just illegals. So you can't have repeat violent offenders that are not that don't get incarcerated.
That's right.
Because they will obviously, by definition, continue to hurt people. And I think where part of this comes from is that there's and I do sort of consider myself liberal in some ways. I mean, it's just that you want to have empathy for people. Obviously, you want to have empathy for people. I totally agree with that. You want to have empathy, but you also have to have empathy for the victims of the criminals. And if you just have empathy for the criminals, it's actually shallow empathy. It's not real. You're not thinking. You have one layer deep empathy. You got to say, like, what if you don't incarcerate this person? Who are they going to hurt? Who are they might kill someone. They might rape someone. If you don't incarcerate them, you have to have empathy for the victims. And there's a lack of empathy for the victims of the criminals, and too much empathy for the criminals. It doesn't make sense. That's why you want to have deep empathy for society as a whole, not shallow empathy for criminals.
Right. And we have to give our police officers the dignity and the respect that they deserve. And we have to let them do their job. They can do a great job, but we have to let them do their job. And if we don't do that, it's going to all disappear. There's never been a society like this.
Dude,
where
how much
you're
longer, bro?
Do anything you want and nothing happens. And I'm talking about violent crime. And it's going to get more violent because these are really, really violent people. And we're going to get them out of our country, and we're going to get them back to because they were sent here by the presidents and by the various people.
Bro, we already went over that already.
Every one of those guys. And they're smart people.
Fucking,
and they're streetwise people.
Do you think this is AI? Is it going to go on all night long?
They think we're run by stupid people, and they happen to be right. But when I was there, we had no problem. We got them out. We took out thousands of MS-13 gang members. We brought them back. And now, again, it's the same old story. We don't do it. And they actually gave them a big increase in aid. They raised it up to billions of dollars, and they get nothing for it. So, I hope everybody's going to vote for Trump, and we're going to get this country straight. Yeah. And I didn't need this. I'm like, I didn't need this. I had a very nice life. I didn't need to go through court systems and go through all the other stuff and run at the same time. I have to run. I have to go through fake trials with,
it's not worth
in
it
some
for you.
cases, corrupt judges, totally corrupt judges. I didn't need it. I had a nice life. I have great locations. I have beautiful oceans that I have places. But I felt it was important. And if I had to do it over again, you probably think I'm crazy for doing it, actually. But if I had to do it over again, I would have done it over again, because this is so much more important than me or my life. We're going to save this country. This country is going down. And these people are bad people that we're running against, and they're liars. They make statements. They do things that are so bad. They say they're going to make a strong border. They say they've been great on the border, and they've been the worst in history. They say they're going to stop
it's horrible.
crime.
Like the facts speak for themselves.
It's so incredible.
Speak for themselves. Like it's gotten to the point where people just don't even bother reporting crime in a lot of cities because they know nothing is going to happen. That's what I hear anecdotally from people all the time. So it's just my values. I'm just saying to people out there, like the things I think are important for the future is like we've got to have safe cities, we've got to have secure borders, we've got to have sensible spending. And we've got to have deregulation, and so we can have a prosperous future. And then we want to have some exciting, sort of moonshot projects that people can get fired up about. And that's the future I'm looking for. And I'm pro environment, but I'm not against. I'm not like I don't think we should vilify the oil and gas industry because they're keeping civilization going right now, and but I do think we want to move at a reasonable speed towards a sustainable energy economy. Those are my values, and I think and so I mean that's why I'm supporting you for president.
Well, I appreciate it. We're going to give incentive to companies to come into our country, not to leave our country. We're going to be giving tremendous incentives. We want companies to build here, not to build in other locations, and we want to create jobs. And again, it's about the American dream. You don't hear about the American dream anymore, Elon. You don't hear. You're the American dream in the truest sense, but you don't hear about the American dream anymore, and you're going to hear about it. People, they need that incentive to go out and do it, and they're going to love their lives. I mean, they're going to look forward to getting up in the morning and going to a job that they love, not a job that they can't stand, or not any job at all where they have no money, where they literally have no money, and then they end up with violence and lots of other problems. No, we're going to do some great things, and I learned a lot in the first. We had a great economy and all of that. We rebuilt the military. We did so much, but I also learned the best people. I learned the good people, the smart people, the dumb people, the people that can do things. The people, you learn. When I first came in, I tell people I was in Washington, D.C. only 17 times, according to the fake news media. I was in 17 times. I never stayed over.
I can't fucking believe
you
he's
don't know
still
people.
going,
You rely
dude.
on other people to give you names, and then you realize the people you relied on weren't so good. Now, we had great people, but we also had some where I wouldn't have, used them had I known. Now I know everybody, and I think we're going to really turn things around fast. We have no choice, otherwise we're not going to have a country. And I really appreciate this. To me, it's been a lot of fun being with you. You're an amazing guy. You've done an incredible job and a great inspiration to people, a great inspiration. And I hope you keep going and just continue to do well. And we're going to have a big election coming up. And I think November 5th will be
he's
the
not going
most
for another hour,
important
bro.
day in the history of our country. I think that election will be the most important election. And I think it'll end up being maybe the most important day in the history of our country. Because if we don't win, I just feel so sorry for everybody.
No, I think we're at a fork in the road of destiny of civilization, and I think we need to take the right path, and I think you're the right path. So I think that's what it comes down to.
Thank you very much, Elon. It's a great honor, and we'll do it again sometime. And it's been really fun, and I hope you got a lot of viewers. I hear you got a lot. But I hope you got a lot. I know you got a lot of them. So I appreciate it. I'll see you soon.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, Elon. Thank you very much. Bye.
It doesn't say how many there were. Didn't see how many there were. It's acting all funky. I'm pretty sure X is broken right now. It's hot in here, man. It's fucking 90 degrees. I'm tired of being hot. I'm leaving now. Thanks for hanging out. Good day. Bye. Later, Mark. Thanks for hanging with me. Later, Lou. Later, Tim. Tina. Later. I saw you. I didn't see Tina was here. Or Tracy, I mean. Oh, man. Bye, Tracy. Bye, everybody else. Have a good night.